let's start. Welcome everybody to Operaton 1.0 Release Party. It has been an incredible journey, and it's a pleasure to have you here. It's yeah, over a year back I could not imagine that we have something like this happening, but yeah, we made it happen. And yeah. Before we really start, I would like to make a small poll with you. Please go to slido.com, SLIDO.com, and enter that code. Yeah, I would like to ask first the question, who are you from, where are you from? So we have a quite interesting crowd here on site, but welcome everybody who is not able to join on site. Welcome to wherever. We will see where the people are joining from. So, and hopefully that's working out. And Bielefeld is Germany, actually. So it's more yeah, the country. So from which country are you joining? So we have already Poland, Spain, Germany, Netherlands. Quite interesting. And I need this. So, and those that are remotely, okay, from Czech Republic. Arnhem is also Netherlands. I was expecting also some other locations. For the remotees. Okay, I know that we have some people watching in Brazil also. And yeah, let's continue with the next question. Next question that I would like to ask is, what is your relationship with Operaton? So are you someone who is using this for a product, or yeah, already integrated Operaton in a product? Are you a service provider? Are you a contributor? I can see here the results, but why not here? So let's see. Again, so you should also see the results. Yeah, here we see. Okay. Interesting is we have several people or companies who are actually using Operaton already in production. This is awesome. This product is live since 2 weeks. And yeah, we have a couple of persons that are already in that state, because they already started using Operaton in the beta phase. And this was a quite big challenge for us to have a long beta phase and gain the trust that the product itself is stable enough to be used already in the beta phase. And we're, of course, just waiting for the final release. And that's quite interesting that we are only in that state. Yeah, we see also that we have quite a diverse community here. So we have not only product builders, we have also contributors. Actually, all the core contributors to Operaton are here in this room. It's awesome to have you here. Most of them I saw the first time here personally. And some I even did not see on some video call before, just in chats and yeah, mails and so. And it's amazing to have you here. Yeah, we also see that that we have already companies that can offer services for Operaton. And it's also important that we are not just an open source project, which is there that everyone could use, of course, for free. But we have here a product which needs professional support in enterprise scale, and therefore we need companies that are able to provide services for those that use Operaton for mission critical things. When there's something is happening, there should be some people who are able to provide services. And yeah, we can actually offer everything that what you need already. We can have technical support, we can have integration support, we can even have 24/7 support already with company BeOne, who are already also here. Just raise your hands. Where are they? They're preparing their slides, I think. Okay, great. So then last question. So how long are you already aware of Operaton? Okay, here. So Operaton has, it is a niche, and actually the name is still a problem. We are not good findable via Google, so we rely on the fact that people somehow differently get attention about Operaton. And yeah, and as I see, we have quite a large crowd which are already aware along the time that Operaton is there. That's also good. Yeah, the mission now starts. We need to make Operaton known to those that are not aware of Operaton so far. We are here because we know it, and I like that the vast minority, a majority is already knowing Operaton since more than half year. Okay. So again, back. Thank you for your insights. And thank you for being here. Thank you for the people who created Operaton. Andreas and Tim are here, who had the idea that there must be a fork. Actually, many people had the idea there must be a fork of Camunda 7 after its death. But the initiative to make it happen was from Tim and Andreas, and the other Andreas, who's not here. Yeah, first of all, thank you to them. Then you are here, so thank you for being here, for watching us. It's great that you care about Operaton. And of course, thank you to all those people who are helping already Operaton, so who are contributing and driving the product forwards. Building solutions on top of that, giving feedback to everything. Everything is at the moment a contribution. But of course, yeah, some people need to do also work, and yeah, thank you to them. Last but not least, I thank ourselves, our company itemis, for hosting the event here. Okay. So when I started to plan this release party, I thought it would be a large networking event with a couple of people, and then it grew. And I got so many great ideas from people who are involved in Operaton. Oh, wait, sorry, forgot to mention, forgot the slide. So looking back into the history, how Operaton was yeah, on the timeline. So the actual fork commit was last year, mid of last year in July, and with Camunda 7.22, the rebranding started. So there, everything was renamed. It was cleaned up from all references that were related to Camunda Enterprise, which we are not allowed to mention. Yeah, so this was a little bit of rebranding. Yeah, then yeah, things evolved. So with the next beta version in yeah, in December 2024, we focused on setting everything up to make this project releasable to see where issues are. We set up SonarQube. We started our mission to migrate all the tests to JUnit 5, which took us a year to complete. And thanks to Arne, who was doing the most work there, we have finished that now. With the beta 3, the focus was on backporting stuff from 7.22. We focused on reducing the technical depth that SonarQube was reporting to us, and we kept this mission also all the time. So we cut off many those findings that SonarQube gave us. We set up Docker images and the Helm charts so that the Operaton could be started on Docker and can be operated on Kubernetes, and did many cleanups, and always worked on the test infrastructure. With having those tests running, this was crucial to start actually cutting off legacy, because we could not start cutting off the old application servers and Java EE stuff, which we dropped out, until we got all the tests working reliable. And this was with beta 3, and with beta 4 we managed to finalize that. We set up the test infrastructure on test containers so that we do not rely on some databases installed somewhere, and this was then the part. It took us quite a while to finish that that phase. With that, we went to beta 5, where we enabled tests on more databases and focused on what is deprecated, marked everything, and then continued the story from beta 5 to the release candidates. Was not that much anymore. We updated all the dependencies once again, and set up to the latest state, set up more test infrastructure, and then we were mostly ready. We were just waiting for the Camunda 7.24 release. This was our mission. With Camunda 7.24, we are release ready, and we were right on time. So we have already backported everything from 7.24 before it was released. Then it was just last steps to wait until the repository from Camunda was archived, and then we released, and already announced that date before. And now we are 2 weeks after the release is out. Okay, so we have a very dense program, and therefore I already instructed all the speakers to be prepared to be right on time, including questions that we only have those slots. We have such an amazing program, and I did not want to leave anything out of that, because it's all interesting to hear from experience reports from users, from products, from development, and everything. And saying that, we will start now the talk program. After the four first talks, we will have a break. Then we make a panel discussion here for 1 hour. Then we make another break, and then we continue with another talk slot. Okay, and saying that, I would like to ask our first presenter, Tim Zöller, to come stage and start yours, please.
Kannst du mal checken, auf LinkedIn hat jemand kommentiert, dass Zoom ein Passcode braucht. Zoom. All right, 1 minute early, but I take it. Thanks for having me. Thanks to itemis for hosting this. This is amazing to have this space and have this event. And the first talk is not going to talk about Operaton at all. It's not always Cloud9 why we still need embedded process engines. I'm going to talk about personal anecdotes and try to come back to a more generalized terms. So in the old times, when I started first working with BPMN, it was actually 2014. And I was I was a young consultant just stumbling into my first BPMN project. And in this BPMN project, we were not working with Camunda yet. We were working with IBM BPM. Just maybe short hands up, who has used that? Okay, cool. Many people. This talk is not going to trash that software. It does its job. It's a little bit unfortunate that I have experience with that and that I now can use it as an example why a centralized monolithic BPM system approach is not always the best. If you don't use it, it looked like this. This is a software which is running on WebSphere. Inside of WebSphere, there is the whole application, and you are writing business logic mostly with JavaScript and BPMN 2.0. If you want to talk to other systems, you cannot do this directly from the machine or very limited. There are some kind of connectors. But you need to write Java logic, which is running externally on another server, on another machine. And this Java code now can integrate with core banking, with the IBM iSeries, with databases, with everything you have and want to use. And which protocol did we use for this integration? Obviously, the most enterprisey protocol, it's SOAP. But now they can also talk REST, so they improved. And there is nothing inherently wrong with this approach. I'm not saying monolithic BPMN systems are a bad idea. We created a lot of value for this customer. So there were very successful implementations with this technology. Obviously, there were also implementations which were not that successful, like it is with any technology. But I was working as a Java developer since 6 years prior. And so were the other developers there. And the developers were unhappy. And obviously, as a developer, I know that the most important aspect of any project is to keep its developers happy. Why was that? In 2014, we were already used to doing DevOps. So as a software developer, I was already used to testing the software, obviously. We could, if you're writing a custom development Java software or any other language really, you're having unit tests, you have integration tests, you can run your tests in a pipeline, you can run them hopefully locally too, and you have a quick and easy way of validating that your software is working as intended. If you have a big part of your software is just monolithically installed in some staging environment, this gets harder because you have a dependency to a piece of software that is running somewhere else in the cloud, on another server. So you have, if every developer wants to run unit tests, then you either have to segment that installation for each developer, or you risk using the same resources doing your tests. So 2 developers just start unit tests on their machines at the same time. Now you collide because you are testing against the same centralized system. We were already used to containerize our applications. So again, a classic Java development project. You package your application into a Docker image, and there you have a fixed software state, you have a fixed infrastructure in that container. You can test it, and you can stage it. You can just throw this artifact that you built into the next stage and test it there. And if it's tested well there too, then you can just ship it in production. So it's the same artifact. You don't build staging environments and configure them similarly anymore. And this is one of the great improvements of the last 20 years, I think, that we can do this, that we have a simple way of testing, staging, and shipping our applications as one entity. And many build tools are concentrating on that fact. But the engine we were using was too big to containerize and ship it. So I heard that IBM managed to make their suite, which is now called IBM BAW, run on Kubernetes. So they have containerized it after all. But it was not possible to treat every environment where the application was running, including the local developers' computers, as one environment which was just encapsulated. And what issues did we see? We had configuration errors because those WebSphere installations in Dev 1, Dev 2, Staging 1, Staging 2, and Staging 3 were just individual software systems which were installed and configured on those environments. And if you do this manually or can't really automate this, then you risk having different configurations in different environments or even different software versions in different environments. We had that once. As I already said, conflicts on dev systems. If your development systems are centralized, for example, in the cloud or on a server that was specifically set up for development, and many developers work on the same part of the software, then you start locking your processes and you start getting conflicts. For example, if I wanted to work on a process which was ordering debit cards, I opened it up. And if my colleague wanted to work on that, the engine said, this is locked, in the best case. In the worst case, the engine let the other developer start work on that too. And when the last of us who saved was the winner. Yeah? That's better locking, please. And as I already said, it's hard to test automatically, which led to problems with software quality. If you cannot just run a unit test suite to verify the state of your software, but you need manual testing or integration tests with UI automation, you run your tests less often. I think you would agree there. So if a test takes 2 hours because you need to install it somewhere, you need to start a UI automation framework, and all those processes need to be run end-to-end in the black box, especially for the processes, then you test less often, you test less thoroughly, and then you might get issues in software quality. And in the end, this impacted our delivery speed. If you have a team of 5 developers, but only one developer can really work on the same process at the same time, and you cannot do different implement different features on the same resource, because you cannot merge it and your development system is centralized, then you might have a problem. And it was even more frustrating because as software developers, we knew that these issues were solved years ago, ages ago, by DevOps, by software testing suites and testing approaches. So 3 years later, we had a first Camunda project. We heard of this, and as a Java developer, I obviously was very, very keen on getting my hands on this. And the first time I saw that you could write unit test against BPMN processes and even get coverage, this was just mind-blowing because all the years before, we were working on a centralized environment, and there was really no way to do such testing. And now we were able to do this because an embedded engine, we could just integrate into our Java applications, and we could use all the tools we were used to. We could test with JUnit. We could do integration testing with Arquillium, Robo Framework maybe, not at that time. We could run all the tests in a pipeline. We could Dockerize our application and ship it into different stages and test it there. So all of the tools we were already used to, we could use again. Not even speaking about if you are building a product and you want to ship BPMN capabilities with your product to the customer, this is now very easily possible because shipping some big centralized BPM engine, which might also be expensive, it's not open source, to your client is often not a good solution. You can maybe try to offer it as a SaaS solution, but again, not easy to do. So this is obviously a very loaded question. Who decides to introduce a centralized BPMN engine into a company? I would say the architect maybe sometimes, but it's often selected as a strategic approach because it's a big event, right? You decide you need this big event, this big engine that you have to set up, which is used by many different applications. You don't decide this as a development team. This is a strategic decision to introduce a new product to fulfill a new aim in the company. So it's often part of a process management strategy, which is expensive because you need to plan a lot. But on the plus side, it can also be a good thing to have the C-suite bought into the idea of BPMN from the very beginning, right? Makes your life easier. So the important people want that. That's good. Then you have enough pressure and enough money behind that to really lift it off the ground. Who decides to introduce an embeddable engine? In my experience, Camunda as an embeddable engine was in the past often introduced as some kind of grassroots movement into companies. Because developers went to conferences and they saw talks by Bernd and by others. And they said, oh, I can use this in my existing application. The barrier of entry is very, very low. I can just embed it into my application, I have a running BPMN engine, and I don't even need to adapt my testing, my staging. I can just ship it with my application, and I don't need to change anything in testing, in the pipeline, or the runtime. So you can just try it out. It's just a library. People have said that. I was in projects where people who might have been me suggested introducing a process engine to an existing application to solve some issues. And people say, oh, okay, cool, it's just a library. We can just make a Spike project and test how it works. And this is, in every company, a little BPMN seedling you plant, right? And that is growing and growing and growing. And it's a way for you to introduce BPMN into an organization from bottom to top, not from top to bottom. It's a small upfront investment. Of course, you need development hours. Maybe you buy the license from the beginning. And if you are not planning BPMN as a big strategic approach, obviously you need discipline, that your garden doesn't look like this, right? You cannot just start, everybody does BPMN and does their own tunnel vision on their processes, and other departments have their tunnel vision on their other processes. But you can make it work, and I have seen many companies make it work. So am I now saying that centralized engines are bad, useless, and nobody should use them? Obviously, no. They exist, and there's a reason for them to exist. And this is not one of those talks that says our solution is good and every other solution is bad. I think it can make way for easier collaboration. If your development system is centralized, then you often have features where you can comment on those centralized resources. So developers, business experts can just comment models on that centralized solution. They can work there together and have a shared view. There is no development system one first needs to set up. If you are working with Operaton and you have it in your Java application, then it's quite hard for the requirement engineers to check the state in your code. You need to show them to them or have really good documentation. And here they could, in theory, look into the system really easily. Often, those centralized systems have a way easier way of doing unified monitoring and control. If you have that big centralized engine and everything is running on this engine instance or in a cluster, then it's easy for you to just have a dashboard there and see everything that's going on in your company. If you have 20 small process engines running in their own applications and you want a unified vision on what is going on in your company, you need to build extra stuff. You can just maybe hook into the history event stream and stream all the history into a centralized place. All the information is siloed there, and you need a way of getting it out of this silo to view it as a whole. And if this is your thing, then those centralized engines often have easier way of integrating low-code features, because they can be configured centrally in one place. So if you have worked with Camunda 8 as an example, there are all of those connectors I would consider low code-ish, which you can connect to any systems. You just configure the environment variables one time in the engine, and everybody who wants to, for example, write an MS Teams message can just use the MS Teams connector, which is already configured and will call the right endpoint for that environment. In my opinion, this is a little easier in centralized approaches. And one benefit for the people who provide those solutions, they are marketable as a software as a service system, as we have seen with Camunda, as IBM is trying to do. If it is just a software you install at one point and everything uses this, this is cloud ready. It is easily to ship this as a cloud product where users could connect to. In summary, no, embedded engines are not per se better than centralized engines, but they are not worse. There are different tools for different jobs. And I personally, I'm very, very glad that our little embedded engine that we took over from Camunda still exists. I have seen and talked to many people who told us that they would not be able to move to a different architectural style, either because they are shipping applications to end users, or they cannot have this big setup, or even because there are even very, very small shops. A friend of mine has a customer who was a former Camunda customer, and he's a barber. He has a barber shop, and he is running 20 processes on a small Camunda instance, or now Operaton instance, in his barber shop. I don't think he would have become a cloud customer. And yeah, he's not paying for it. It's obviously because it's open source. But it's a use case that is small enough to run on his small home server somewhere in the toilet of his barbershop. And I think this is just great that it's possible to do this, and that this engine continues to exist, so they can do that. In any case, thank you very much. And I think we have 3 minutes left if you have any questions or remarks. Thank you. Yes. Ah, sorry. Yes, that's the confusion. So I'm listed as Otus GmbH. Otus is a joint venture or a subsidiary of Lambda Schmiede, my other company, and I just had no time to prepare fresh slides with the new logo yet.
Okay, Steven. I'm from the Netherlands, civil servant, and I will try to explain our objective to basically build a composable decision stack for public services. It's quite a lot of words, but basically we try to build a couple of layers. We start from the bottom. We have a single DMN providing business logic across several organizations. We want I did try. Okay. Sorry for that. So we start on the layer one. This is not a layer from an architectural perspective. perspective, this is basically an approach of eventually ending up on layer 4. Because we want to have transparency on how legislation has been translated into rules and will provide, let's say, results of products, income support, stuff like that. So we start from here. I have an example here. I already building an example of separation of duties. So we distinguish logic and rules across organizations. And we would love to have a live, on-the-fly orchestration. And maybe eventually, long game, my dream is to have a plugin in Operaton that basically does on-the-fly BPMN process deployment based on selected DMN in a public library. But I need to show that, because the problem in major, let's say, strategic objectives is if I don't see it, I don't believe it, and a good story with good arguments is not always the expected outcome. So I needed to show it. That's why I built a plugin myself. So this is not production ready yet, but eventually, quarter next year, it will be available as my own, let's say, 1.0 release party. I have a couple of screenshots, and everything I showed today is online available. So you can everything look for yourself online. So every slide available here is meant to have an online representation. This is for people familiar with WordPress, with a typical dashboard, with the plugin here, Operaton. You can add configurations because I need to map the gravity forms fields and logic with the decision model logic. So here is an example. And I have then the gravity forms, the Operaton base endpoint, and we have two types of decision logic. You can either access the DMN direct, and then you have the end result, like this one. This is the layer 1 DMN with all business logic of 3 separated duties combined in a single one. But you can also, and this is a deployed version of that one in the Operaton cockpit, but you can also do process execution. And that's the interesting thing, because with process execution, I can go through all the tables, all the decision tables in my DMN. Sorry, guys. I can provide the results in between. And this is an interesting thing. I can have a decision flow summary. So I can basically provide, from a user perspective, in the Gravity Forms interface, each and every table input-output results. And this is the typical process engine that runs through all the tables. Finally, I need to make a field mapping, because on the Gravity Forms, I have my fields with input values, and in DMN, I need my input and output as well. So those can be selected. And then a couple of tests. So you can, from the back end of the dashboard of WordPress, before deploying, let's say, the Gravity Forms, you can test the configuration. We try to invest in connection pooling, so a connection can be reused. So we also try to be, from a performance level, on a nice way there, and some debugging available there. So we try to invest comprehensive testing from a user perspective, configuring in the dashboard. And I'm not a developer myself, so with some support of the LLM, I result a lot, but I'm very happy with trying to achieve, from a WordPress perspective, this is really okay. Okay, now the demo. Quickly. So the link on the top, you can try yourself. And this is in Dutch, but for demonstration, there's no problem. So this is a Gravity form with pre-filled information: name, birth date, municipality. Are you single? Yes. Do you have children? The brutto income each month. Next, those are typical variables from the local policy. So you can trigger them, yes or no. And if I click on evaluate, look at the right top of your screen, there will be a populating message, because I will, with evaluate, do the call to the Operaton engine, and the result comes back. Oh, sorry. So you see, that's true for the host pass and true for the kind packet. So basically the income support is available, and this is the summary available. Each and every table, including, let's say, the process instance that's being called. So from the cockpit perspective, you can on process instance level. And I would like to show you, and ignore my scrolling here, but due to the reference norm of an income level, and my calculation of income is lower than that reference norm, so the output is true. Okay, that's fine. We go back, and we change the 1500 into 1600. Backspace, where are you? Oh, there. Next again, evaluate again, and you see the false happening here. And why? Why is that? Okay, check again. That's the same level, reference norm, but now my income is higher than that reference norm. 1.1, 1600, higher than that. Okay, I go back again. And I get a guy from the street and become one with the partner. So no longer single, birth date of my partner. That's that. My income doesn't change. I do evaluate again. And now apparently I'm again true. So I can get income support. But why is that then? And you see here, this level norm, this norm level value has been changed. Due to the fact that I'm no longer single, but have a partner, there's a higher reference to be checked against. So this is a simple explanation what can be done using an Operaton DMN in Gravity forms. So you can try this yourself as well. So this is what I've shown. First, you get support, second one not, and the final one again. And here you see, this is interesting, because those are the calls done with the process execution. Where the calling process is absent, those are the calls with the direct DMN execution. But then I don't have the intermediate results. So what I did show on the final page of the Gravity forms with all those input-output values, those are not available with the direct DMN call. But now the separation of duties, because that single DMN I showed holds three distinguished duties: the calculate of pension age, the norm level, and the local policy. Dus what I'm now trying to achieve is to publish each and every single DMN and make this process to orchestrate those together. And basically this will provide the same result as I did show on the Gravity forms, but with the separation of duties on the DMN level. An example, and now something apart from Operaton and the plugin, but I think it's from a public services perspective important to know. This is the legislation in the Netherlands. Here you see those values, 1369, 1955. Those are those two values you saw in the DMN. But now people are typing them over. And we introduced as an extension, because from the public services perspective, we adopt the European standard, Core Public Service Vocabulary, which basically is a metadata description of your public services. We extend that with the Core Public Rule Management Vocabulary. And we even have an API for that. So the API, the Dutch law repository is basically an online repository. The local municipality policy is an online repository, and also the European legislation is an online repository. And those values, these reference values, I can using an API. We already developed the API for that. And here you see the JSON output with these values. And those values can be automated into this DMN logic. So a legislation will be published, and basically we can have a complete automated pipeline to have those norm values for the new legislation via the core public rule management vocabulary API into DMNs being deployed. Pension age. Example. Do I still have time left? Okay. This is the same legislation, different area, pension age. We have also developed a user-friendly, let's say, editor, because we do the core public service vocabulary, the core public rule management vocabulary. We describe those properties in TES, RDF, Triple English, TTL. Basically, you are familiar with XML for, let's say, data and content. This is an XML kind of way for storing and saving linked data. This is an editor, and you can see we have the service, the organization, the organization, the legal reference, the rules, parameters, and I can deploy that. I can save it. But if I do have that TTL file, I can store it in a Triply database, in a linked data database. So we can store, share, and use linked data. And you're familiar with databases, with SQL, entity-type relation diagrams. This is the same, but no referential integrity conflicts. And we can Spark QL instead of SQL. And I can define predefined queries. So there's already a query to basically what public service is there. Well, basically there's a public service, AOW-leeftijd, pension age. But I need the DMN for that. But that's also available in a public endpoint. But here, this is the Triply DB. Here is the DMN with the download URL that comes directly from the Triply database. And this can best be compared with, let's say, the latest tagged image you pull for the Docker Hub. But I also have the version-based DMN, which I basically have in a Git repo. So you can either go to the Triply DB endpoint for the latest published DMN, or you go for more control to the version-based one available in the repository, and both download URLs are there. But then I can deploy that. This is the XML of the DMN. And now comes the interesting part of layer 4. Because maybe we need to have some explanation how that legislation has been translated into business rules. So we enrich basically the DMN XML with our core public rule management vocabulary properties, and you see them here. So this is free information from legislation perspective that's meant to be used in the dialogue support with users. And notice this one here. De CPRMV-noot bereken alleen de leeftijd van de aanvrager. This goes for a remark if the pension age is calculated for me as a single person. Okay, notice that one, because I've deployed that DMN into Operaton. And using my Gravity Forms plugin, I basically call the AOW datum. I get a response for that. But the most interesting thing is, if I push the legal information button, there you see. Those are those nodes, there's the legislation reference, the confidence level, and that one node, that one does this information is stored into the DMN. So, and to make a final remark here, so from a legislation, the legal person of the authority that goes for the business rules can add remarks that without user interruption or coding can be shown from a user perspective. Okay, where do you find it? It's on GitHub, but why is it on GitHub? Because the primary development is on a self-hosted GitLab community edition, but Gravity Forms is part of an open web concept WordPress environment. About 30 municipalities in the Netherlands are using WordPress with Gravity Forms. So with this one up and running early next year, all those 30 municipalities will by default have Operaton capabilities in their Gravity Forms available. So look around on this one. I try to invest a lot in the changelog. So that's already, and I'm already in, what is it, version 18 or something like that. And eventually, I expect early next year to have a first 1.0 release. I did show the mapping of the fields with the Gravity Forms. I need to have a drop down so that I can pre-select the fields available in the DMN and have them in the configuration available, because without that, I can configure it without having the DMN available. So that's definitely a need to have. And I try to have an improved quality environment. And this one, I was very impressed with myself, let's put it that way. Having a full, complete Cypress and Playwright front-end test, but I refactored the front-end module and broke the test. So I need to fix that again. And there's a couple of coding standard violations that can be automatically solved. So I need to do that by hand. And I'm a perfectionist. I want to have it complete and up and running. Okay, that was my story. Any questions? Yeah.
This was very interesting from a technical point. I've missed the business. Why you do it? What you go?
Well, the pension age is a nice example. I think more than 300 plus products require to check against the pension age. And all those organizations providing those services and products do those pension logic themselves. So they are inventing the wheel of the pension age 300 plus times year on year over again. So what we would like to have, a federated business logic area, composed decision logic. So we have I expect I will be in the social insurance agency Tuesday next week, because they are the ones authorized to calculate your pension age or my pension age. And I will have them, ask them basically for support to provide a nationwide service people can use. So all those 300 products can use the single pension age calculation logic provided by the authority that's mandated to do that.
Do you plan to build a product?
Build to?
Build a product of it?
Well, what I would love to see is to have because what I try to build a library with the business logic, including the DMN on the linked data store I showed. And I would love to see basically if I publish a DMN or publish a new linked data triples with business logic, including a DMN, that I can automatically deploy those DMNs into Operaton backend and can be used from a user perspective in what I try to achieve in the orchestration, live orchestration of selecting DMNs. And so the first step is provide those DMNs. Second step is automate deployment. And the final step is figure out how we can orchestrate a sub-selection of available DMNs based on the user request. And that's more innovative way of thinking than building a product itself. So on the product level, I would love to have a plugin in Operaton by the end of next year for automatically deployment of DMNs published in the way, basically, if you publish a core public rule, core public service vocabulary product with a core public rule management vocabulary business logic, including a DMN, that you by design will be available to automatically being deployed in Operaton. That's the main objective. Yeah. Check.
And Julian will tell about backoffice.plus. And today we have a talk which is called One Engine Multiple Faces, a mixed bug of Camunda compatible frontends. So let's start from the basics. What are Camunda web apps? Basically, these are three components which are admin, cockpit, and task list. In admin, you can manage users. Cockpit is for monitoring and management of business processes. And task list is for user management. This set of tools is ready to use. It's free, but there is a huge drawback here. That's like the engine itself, it is unsupported. And at some point in time, at some Java update, it can stop working. What are alternatives here? So we have Operaton web apps, backoffice.plus, and Flowset. Let's dive a bit deeper here. First one is Operaton web apps. It is the same list of tools for process developers, containing as well cockpit, task list, and admin. And I'm pretty sure that guys will deliver wonderful web apps, but it will be in 2026. And surely they will be open source and supported properly. The next option is backoffice.plus, and it's a complete solution for process teams and end users. And Julian will tell about it just in a minute. And the next option is Flowset. And it contains of three tools. The first one is Control, which is a successor of Camunda-compatible. It is for management of business processes. The next one is Task List, which has the same name, obviously. And the third one is Studio. So what about those options? They are supported. They are free, and two of them, Control and Task List, are open source. And what's more, they have enterprise features. The only drawback here that we are rolling out those enterprise features, so we couldn't we couldn't call it a process mining tool yet, but we are going to do it next year. So let's dive a bit deeper into this tool chain. I'll tell you in more detail what are those applications. So the first thing is Flowset Control, and it is for engine monitoring. It is the application built from scratch. As you can see here, there is a BPMN diagram. We also support DMN, and you can basically manage those processes running in the engine and do some actions with process instances and etc. So the next one is the incidents management. So here is a view where you can see that on the first activity there is an incident. So it's another view to not only see the list of incidents, but also related to the diagram itself. We also deliver a dashboard of process of the amount of process instances, of the amount of processes deployed to the engine. And let's move to a bit more advanced features like batch operations. For example, you can take any business process or business process instance and terminate it, activate or suspend, and make it as a bulk action with as many elements as you want. And of course, we have a deployment. included. You can upload a BPMN diagram right to the control and deploy it to the engine. As I've said previously, we have a few enterprise features which are ready. For example, the first one is a heat map. You can see here how the token moves, the most common path of token in a visual, most obvious way. And the next one is a process instance modification. So what's here, you can take one activity and the second one and move all the tokens from one activity to another. So that is a first screen of the wizard for it. As you can see here, you choose the source activity and the target activity, and on the next step, it will tell you how many tokens are there, and you can either confirm it or decline. Moving to the next component of the Flowset ecosystem, it is a Flowset task list. It is a React-based template application built from scratch as well. And basically it's about managing user tasks. So as you can see here, on the left side there is a list of tasks. On the right side there is one task opened. As well, we have a running business process from a list functionality. So there is a list of all the processes deployed on the engine right on the task list. So we can run it from the task list. Also, a simple dashboard about the completion of tasks, if there are any overdue tasks, for example. And moving to the third part of the ecosystem, it is Flowset Studio. Actually, it's not a web app, but it's our attempt to provide a modular which is developer friendly. So it is IntelliJ IDEA plugin, and it adds a functionality of modeling BPMN, DMN, and forms right in the IntelliJ IDEA. And as you can see here, it is a BPMN modular right in the IDEA. The next feature is built-in project generator. So in a couple of clicks, you can create an empty project which already contains Operaton instance in it. Moving forward, there is a code generation functionality as well. It makes it easier to create service tasks, user tasks, Java delegates, etc. And of course, we have a deployment. Studio connects to the engine, and you can deploy your processes right to the engine from your development environment. So summing up, what do we have right now? We have a Studio, which is free and available on the JetBrains plugin marketplace. We have control and task list, which are open source and available as well on the GitHub and on our website. And just shedding some light on our plans, there is another tool which is called Workspace, which is going to be delivered next year. And there we want to provide some features for non-developer people and to make an experience for process teams more seamless, more collaborative. And of course, all of that works with Operaton Release 1.0, and you can create projects using Operaton. You can connect Operaton engine, and basically Operaton is a first-class citizen in our tool chain. Also, you can check those features which I've told about are just a few of them. You can take a look at our website. We have all those components listed there. And what you can do next after that talk, if I was convincing enough that Flowset is worth trying, there's a free version, as I said, and you can just go to the website flowset.io and go to the documentation and install it right away. And also, we have an early access program for those who want to try the enterprise features and be among the first users to try them. Please get in touch on our website as well. There is a form at the bottom of the main page. Just scroll down and enter your details and we'll connect. And now I want to pass the word to Julian. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Julian, and today I was very brave actually, because I said we will do everything in a live demo on a device I don't own. So let's see what happens, if it's going to explode or if he gets some insights. This is already looking good. Let's see if I can log in. Nice. So my presentation is actually in our product. And it's working. So I'm Julian, and I'm a contributor of Operaton. I think some guys already know me. I've done most of the backports from Camunda 7, and I'm always testing the bleeding edge releases that you don't get cut by us. And I'm actually writing the LinkedIn articles that I think the most of you are following. And today I'm very delighted that I can present what I'm actually working in my daytime job on, because it's deeply integrated with Operaton. So my commitment to Operaton is directly connected to my daytime job, because what I'm actually doing is creating a new company and a new product, which is named backoffice.plus, which happened to be also our domain name. So it's simply backoffice.plus. And what we are doing is, where the problem is, if you've worked with small and medium businesses, you know it's always an IT chaos. Every department has its own disconnected tool. Approvals vanish into never-ending email change, time tracking, other services hides in yet another overpriced software as a service. You find documents like final_final2.pdf, and this mess slows everyone down. And our product tries to help these kind of customers, small and medium business customers. It's still under development. It will be generally available next year, but we are working together with some pilot customers and are already in production with them. And what is a backoffice plus in a nutshell? It's a document management system. You think like Nextcloud. It's a custom case management system that groups together files, processes, and tasks. And it's a task management system, a unified task list that works hand in hand with every other module. And it's completely standards compliant. It's built on open standards. And actually, we are quite invested in open source software in general, because like we scouted the best technology that is there to build a system like this. For example, for identity management, we use Keycloak. For front end, we use Vue and Nuxt.js. For data management, we use Postgres. Yes, make photos. It's very, very good technology stack. And it's we use JSON schema to define our data. We use own cloud infinite scale for our file management. For events, we use cloud events. For event broker, we use nuts. For schemas, we use JSON form. For forms, we use JSON forms. As an office suite, we use only Office. For document understanding OCR, we're using Dockling, a very nice project with Olama, and we're running our own LLM models. And for container orchestration, we use Docker Compose. So let's talk more action. So how does it look like? We have created this DMS system. I have always looked on the time. And for example, we have also integrated BPMN modeling in it. So you can model it and save it and have a version history of your models. And it's very easy to collaborate with your small and medium-sized businesses, because they can see it in their own back office system. And we have also implemented this for DMN tables. And what we've also did, we've implemented all this stuff for e-invoicing. Like if you know it, you can get nowadays PDF files that have an embedded XML file. and then you need to have a viewer to see this file, and you have to validate it if it's actually valid, and you can process it, and we implemented all this stuff. And this is one of the core modules, and this is what you probably all know, connected with an task list. So you can have all these file viewers that I already showed to you into your task list. For example, we have this component that can show emails, and you can see the attachment of the emails. And what we've also implemented is that we can archive files, so for legal reason. And yes, I think you all know what the task list looks like. What's kind of special for us, this is not custom code, it's JSON forms rendered. And I really want or it's one of my missions to get JSON forms more into Operaton, because we really love JSON forms. And what we've also built is a custom case management solution. So what is a case? It's, for example, here, example case, inbound invoice processing. It's also all based on JSON forms. And what we're doing here, we have implemented a data structure that can keep together the processes and tasks that are associated with this case. For example, this process is driven by a BPMN process. We decided not to leverage CMMN for it, but build a custom case management solution. And then this process starts other processes that are doing stuff, because it's actually very complicated inbound invoice processing if you want to do it right. And it's doing all kind of stuff. And then you have this DMS integration again, so you can look at your files, or you can even edit PDF files, like with the integrated PDF editor. And like, if you were for what reason ever you want to edit this PDF file, you can even do it here with our system, with our only Office integration. And yes, and I could talk for hours and hours what this product is and what it is not. But one other thing, it's actually compatible with Flowset. So let me see if the second demo is working too. Wonderful. So I've actually connected our backoffice.plus instance with the newest Flowset control software. And this is more, our software is focused on the end users and the key users, and the Flowset control software is more focused on the ops and developers. So you can stuff like, when you have open incidents, you can, for example, do a batch retry with this software. Search for when, for example, your API is not running and you fixed it, you can simply retry your batch retry your incidents here. Or you can, what you didn't manage to do with the community edition, you can go through already completed processes and have a deep look into them. And it's only the beginning, because they are actually committed to implement much more features into this, so that you have a really robust platform to do the BPM ops with it. And it was actually really easy. I could just with the Keycloak plugin, it's all based on the Keycloak plugin in Operaton. I could just create a long-living token and connect our backoffice.plus instance, and this just worked out of the box. And so we are already running out of time, so we wanted to keep the rest of the time. It's like 10 minutes left for Q&A, because we thought there will be many questions about these tools. And so yes, what are your questions for us? Yes.
I think yours product is probably less suitable with the Flowset product and with the solution provided by Operaton. Which one should I use if I want to embed a cockpit-like feature in my own portal for my customers without branding and styling?
Well, if the question is if I heard correctly about branding and style, you can take flow set tools and rebrand it completely. Those are open source applications, so you are free to do anything with them.
For the remote like
Hi, Jan here. I wanted to ask about the backoffice.plus. So you're deploying that as on-premise for the customers, or are you hosting it also for them in the cloud with everything?
Yes, it's actually a platform as a service. It was specially designed for the customer to run it on their own infrastructure. So it was developed under this aspect. But we also run it or plan to run it as a platform as a service for the customer who don't have an own infrastructure. But it's like running in its own virtual machine, so the data is not mixed with other clients. This was one of the requirements of our pilot customer.
I actually have a question. Users or interested people who are interested in Operaton often ask, do you offer applications like Optimize, and how would you compare workspace or control to the enterprise features from Camunda?
As I said previously, we have a few of enterprise features already done, and we have plans to introduce a lot of them in the upcoming months. So comparing it to the new Camunda applications, we would like to take the best of two worlds. What we see people would like to do, like for example, those process modifications was not in Camunda cockpit, for example, as far as I know. But we heard a lot about people who are introducing their own solutions to make it. So we want to introduce those features from Operate and from Optimize, solutions. And yeah, we have quite a big plan. And I think we will publish it at some point. And it should be quite a comparable one. Right now, there are a few features, as I said previously, yeah, but in the future, maybe in a few months, upcoming months, it will be much more comparable.
I'm having a bit of trouble understanding primarily the objective of backoffice.plus. If I want to make a first step there for my objective, what would be the approach? Because now it looks for me like a toolbox with too much in there. So due to all those trees, I don't see the, what is it called, the bush anymore. Yeah.
It's basically for small and medium businesses that don't have a lot of infrastructure of their own. For example, like small businesses do not have a good DMS system. And so they get this all out of the box with our product. And it's actually, you can deactivate and activate modules. But like the core feature of the product is like when you use the DMS, the case management and the task management. And you can also plug in other modules there. And it's mostly for companies and small businesses that don't have this kind of technology. And they can then grow with it because it's based on open source. Like you can drive a one-person company with Keycloak, and you can drive a 20,000-person company with Keycloak. And the same can be done with BPMN. And this is the differentiation to another low-code platform, because it's actually built on open standards, and you can grow with the platform.
We do not have to extend that to the end if there are no questions.
Perhaps if we have some more time, we have also open sourced our JSON Forms editor, if you're interested into JSON Forms and want to play around with it. It's you can go through the examples, what you can do with JSON forms, and it's like a drag and drop editor where you can, but it's in a very early stage, where and it's looking like it's based on JSON schema in the very hard, and then on top of it you define the UI schema of it. And because I really think we have to find a successor for the Camunda forms, which should be also open source and not another closed source form system. And so from our research, JSON forms was one of the most sophisticated systems we found so far. So what we, and it's all open source, you can see it on the JSON forms.io website, but they didn't have a great tooling right now. So we have started, we open sourced it, and we're trying to convince other people that they are going to use JSON forms. And
I already see an application here because I showed the gravity forms there.
yeah,
In the Netherlands, there's also a big party involved with open forms, which is basically a solution developed in the Netherlands for also configuration of forms, but those have the Operaton configuration built in. I'm thinking of providing a JSON forms accompanied with the DMN I have published, and then a converter of that one into gravity forms and open forms, so you don't have to do anything there. So I will definitely get back to you.
okay, great. So yeah, that's actually it. So we have another 5 minutes if anyone wants to ask something, or can also show you more stuff, or we can just have a pause for 5 minutes. Would be also nice.
Next talk then, and gain the pause after that talk.
So if you have any questions, just reach out to me or Egor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
"25 minutes." All right. Hi, my name is Markus Stahl, and I'm going to talk today about. Wait a second.
Choose just the background. Not sure why. Huh? Okay, then we just do it like that, right? It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. Okay. All right. So again, my name is Markus Stahl. I'm from Imbus. I will talk today about Robot Framework. Who of you know Robot Framework? All right. Yeah. So not many people know this. So it was invented as a testing framework. And when I talk today about testing, I don't talk about unit testing. So if you think about the testing pyramid, I talk about the tip of the pyramid. So when your application is already deployed, all code is compiled, and all unit tests and component tests and have finished, when you do the final end-to-end acceptance, maybe system integration tests, where you don't know the code, but you know your interfaces, and you want to automate these test cases. This is what Robot Framework was initially invented for. So I come, this is obvious, you see now the, anyway, so my job is a test automation architect. I go into companies, introduce Robot Framework, set up the pipelines, maybe bring some test automation engineers with me, and then educate the customers, and then we leave at some point and do something new. And I'm also part of the Robot Framework Foundation. So I work as a board member. It's a huge community. The tool is, I don't know, 15, 20 years old, but still under development and under maintenance of the financing of the Robot Framework Foundation. You see here a picture of the RoboCon that takes place in Helsinki every year. This is like the crowd, all the speakers and workshop organizers and people who organize the conference. So I want to give you the feeling this is like a really huge, open, humble community. And I had been a Java developer and had been sitting in the same room as the testers at my company once. And I realized they all do manual testing. And I thought, why do they do this? Those poor souls. So I started automating test cases first with Groovy and Spock. And at some point I got to know Robot Framework and thought, okay, I can stop developing my own framework. This is actually what I wanted to invent. And that's how I got into Robot Framework. So really quick introduction. I really don't want to use up the 5 minutes extra break that you just gained. It's keyword driven. What this means, I will show you in a second. This is the most important part. It's based on Python, so this freaks people usually out because they say, I want to stay in my Java world. Actually, you don't really realize that it's implemented in Python. It just runs underneath. The benefit is that it runs everywhere where Python can be executed, and this is like on every device, basically. It's open source under Apache 2 license, and it's backed by the Robot Framework Foundation. Quick testing theory. So in test automation, we talk about the generic test automation architecture, and usually you say you have these 3 layers. You have a definition layer, you have an execution layer, and you have the adaption layer, and then they talk to the system under test, the SUT. That's like a common term in QA and testing. And Robot Framework basically is in the middle. It brings some pre-implemented adaption libraries where you can do some date manipulation, string manipulation, and so on. And it brings a syntax that often throws developers a bit off because you don't have brackets and semicolons and so on anymore. But for testers who are not really into programming, this is quite nice. And then the Robot Framework ecosystem actually comes with many so-called libraries, and they are in the adoption layer. So you can automate your browser, your mobile device with Appium, and so on and so forth. And basically, you can automate everything that can be touched by a Python interface. And that's also basically everything on this planet. This is how Robot Framework can look like. So don't freak out. So it looks a bit like JBehave or or Cucumber. You can use behavior-driven testing, but you don't have to. So you already see like the given end, when, and then they're a bit high-colored. So they don't actually belong to the keyword itself. So the keywords are in process operator on the cockpit dashboard. This is a keyword. The usual form of a test specification in Robot Framework is instruction-based. So usually you start with open the cockpit, click on a process instance, cancel the process instance. You just give instructions. And the difference to other frameworks is that from the keywords that you build, you can actually construct new keywords. So we have here a keyword called open browser and login, and it calls open login page, login, and validate welcome page is shown. And as it is indicated here, the login keyword is again a Robot Framework keyword that is again written in Robot Framework syntax. And then there you have, for instance, the click keyword, and that comes from the so-called browser library. And that is pre-implemented, so you don't have to learn how Playwright works. There's a Playwright underneath. You don't have to understand how this Python keyword actually works because you never touch this. Well, you can. Of course, you can go into the code and extend it and so on, but you don't have to. So in the first job that I had, I was working in a testing team, and they were using Robot Framework for 3 or 4 years, and they never looked into the code. They always stayed on this high level and were quite happy with it. And then, of course, there's also the reporting side, so you get some nice HTML reporting where you see like every step, embedded screenshots and so on, and also all the raw data that you can pump into your InfluxDB or any monitoring tool that you have. So much about testing. We want to talk about automation today. So since in Robot Framework you can access any system and you have these high-level test cases where you, for instance, you have to look in a database, you have to maybe look into an Excel file and then call an FTP server and then open a browser and then maybe even manipulate a desktop application, everything in one test case. You can basically automate everything. So it sounds like a good idea to also automate tasks with this, but there are a few challenges because testing is a bit different to task automation. In testing, I execute something and I want to break really fast and soon and get a nice reporting. When a task fails at some point, I want like a few retries maybe. You can achieve this in Robot Framework in the common workflow, but it's a bit hacky. Then also in test automation, you have tests in a sequence, and you never go back. So if your third test case fails, you don't start executing the first test case again because that already passed. But in process automation, if your third task fails, maybe you want to go back, try the second again, and try the third one again. That's very difficult to achieve because it's just text in a file and you cannot really, well, you could maybe implement some go-to jumps or something, but it's really ugly. And also, as you know, as BPMN experts, there are different kinds of failures. So you have like an incident, but you maybe also have a business error, like a BPMN error. And in testing, you either have pass or fail. And fail is not enough. You want to have more categories. And you probably know where I'm going. I have to skip the slide that I didn't want to show. So the natural thing was, a few years ago, I was roaming the conferences and talking about Camunda back in the days. And I had implemented an integration between Robot Framework and Camunda. But as we see in the example, my approach was very Robot Framework-ish. So my idea was, okay, I have a Robot Framework task and I have now keywords that connect with the Camunda REST API, and I have keywords saying like, get me a process instance, get me a workload. And that was still a bit complicated, but Asko, Soka, he's also in Operaton Slack, he had a better approach, actually focusing on the external task pattern. And so soon I was advocating that solution. And that's the Operaton Robot Playground. So every year. So this year we had a workshop at Robocon integrating Robot Framework and Operaton an external task pattern. And we're going to give the same workshop, an updated version next year in February again in Helsinki. So if you're around, please come. And it looks the following. So you have Operaton, you have Purjo, which is the Finnish term for leeks, or this vegetable, Lauch in German. And that actually is, Purjo is especially like for Operaton. So it polls the workloads. Robot Framework itself is unaware of the Robot Framework task is unaware of the engine. So if you have another engine, you could just switch to another worker, but still use the same task in task automation. And you basically in Robot Framework you have a custom scope that we introduced, and then if you automate your task in Robot Framework file, you give it to Purjo, which the command line tool is then called purr, which sounds like purr and the nice sound of a cat when they're really happy and calm. And then this worker is like polling all the time and then doing everything for you. Also like this nice HTML report that you had seen, it's reporting it back to the engine. You can actually see the result of your task execution in Operaton itself. And so this is like a use case for the process automation where Robot Framework and Operaton make this entire automation stack. So no matter what you have to do, you can do it with those two tools. I have use cases of in the public area they want to digitalize everything, and now they have like a legacy service that has a file-based interface. Then you have legacy service with a REST API, and now they want to integrate all of it until they have like proper interfaces installed. And with Robot Framework and Operaton, they can like provide to the user, to the citizen, like a full digital experience. In the back, they're calling it the legacy. They're calling the legacy interfaces, and it's until they get like everything integrated. That's one piece how you can use both of them together. Then I had a talk 2 years ago where I talked about really complex testing scenarios. So for instance, in the finance industry, you have like really distributed test systems where you test with production-like test environments. So you have one bank, and their test system is connected to the test system of another bank. And like it is shown here, sometimes you have to stimulate this test system of the other bank and then see the result in your system. And so you cannot really have this in a Jenkins pipeline or something, because you don't know when you get the response. And if something isn't in time, you still need a human to look into this. And so I was advocating that you can integrate manual test steps also with test automation if you use a BPMN workflow engine. Where Robot Framework can also help you is, hypothetically, imagine you put all your core processes in a SaaS solution and realize that maybe that wasn't a good idea and you want to port back to maybe Operaton. And you still want to know if your BPMN workflows and the BPMN models are still working. There's this Camunda library, still a legacy name, I have to change that. And then you have these keywords, and they're far more, where you can, for instance, start a process instance like in the middle of the workflow with a certain workload, and then test your external task worker, and if the right parameters are getting back to the workflow engine, and check the state after the execution of the external task worker. So this was what I had advocated first, like here in my first talk and at RoboCon, where my idea was still like, okay, in Robot Framework I control everything, but actually Camunda library, the use case is not for RPA, but for test automation if you want to test your process models. So, getting slowly to the end. Oh, wait. So, it's a nice match. So if you want to do Robot Framework, you don't have to be a developer. Of course, it helps. It helps if you have a developer around, but you don't really have to be one. So you can be in RPA, they call this the citizen developer, so somebody who has a broad business understanding, but they don't know the code. And that's enough for Robot Framework. And you can access any, I call this now system under automation, so not system under test, but system under automation. You can integrate it into any infrastructure because it's Python. Python works everywhere, so you can integrate it in every infrastructure. And also it has like strong programming APIs where you can also have like listeners and so on being hooked onto Robot Framework execution, like for instance, catching events like when a keyword is executed, when it fails, when it ends, and so on and so forth, so that you can get information out of there and put into any monitoring system that you like. You can easier understand your task automation because as you see in the keywords, any UTF-8 character is allowed. So if you want to have emojis in your automation specification, use emojis in your execution steps. That's fine. If you want to have quotes to highlight something, use quotes. Any special character is allowed. And with the Operaton, of course, you understand your processes better. And if you want to try out Robot Framework with Operaton together, look on the Operaton org hub that was introduced, like I think 2 years ago. Nice. 2 days ago, there's the Operaton Robot Playground. That's actually the material from the workshop that Asko and I are giving. Very, very well crafted. and it will be updated in a few weeks or 2-3 months with updates, because Robot Framework now also supports secrets and so on. And but it's, if you're really into it and you don't want to pay us or something, you can do this as a self-study course or just contact us. So there's also my social media handle. Do I have? Basically, I have like 2 minutes. There's some experimental stuff. So if you look into Robot Framework, you see this structure where you have test case, test case, test case, and underneath, and you want, now you do an RPA, you switch the terms, and then it's task after task after task in a Robot Framework suite. That is a bit cumbersome in my opinion. So there's the Robot Framework REPL, and you see here that you can basically script in Robot Framework syntax. And that's a feature that's currently in VS Code. If you use the Robot Code extension for VS Code, then you get a Jupyter Notebook experience. So you have like a Markdown kernel cell and a Robot Framework REPL kernel cell. And the log underneath here is that you receive that when you execute the Robot Framework cells. And I think the scripting method is more convenient for automating tasks. And of course, nobody has mentioned AI today. So I'm 2.5 hours in or something, or 1.5 hours in. I'm the first one. Of course, there are also experiments with the Robot Framework MCP. There had been a live stream 3 weeks ago, where Mani Kaseria from DB Schenker showed his progress with the MCP server, where you basically can talk to your AI and give them the system under automation and give it some instructions, and then it tries to find its way through this and generates a Robot Framework automation script afterwards, so that you can repeat and correct it. So you don't have to start from scratch. I am in time in 20 minutes. I hope this wasn't too fast. Thank you.
I have one question about the Robot framework itself, to verify if I got it correctly. So, to my understanding, the main value that the Robot framework is providing is the wrapping about different testing APIs and bringing it together such that I can, I don't know, define a test case where I X the browser and the CLI and something else. Is that correct?
Yes. So often I have to discuss with users or customers, should I use Playwright or Robot Framework? It's always about who's the person who automates this, and who's the person who has to validate the test results afterwards. So if you have a front-end developing team and they are the ones being responsible for the front end, and they know JavaScript and TypeScript and they know Playwright, that's fine, because they only need to, if they only test the front end. But as soon as you have to access something else, then the Playwright won't be enough. So exactly as you said, if you have different interfaces, databases, and so on that you have to use in your test case, then Robot Framework serves all of that. And for Playwright, you basically need developers. So I would be really curious about your Cypress Playwright experience, how that went. So you can have people who are not specialized in JavaScript, TypeScript, or anything, and just let them focus more on the automation task in the business side of the testing, or automation in general.
Yeah, hi, Hendrik. Thanks for the talk. I have one question regarding the browser library you were mentioning in the testing part. So when writing tests, let's say in Playwright and stuff manually, I have to take a lot of care about what happens if elements are not loading. I have to wait. I have to do all these things of like, yeah, be prepared that things take longer than I expect. And that's what makes those UI tests often very brittle. So is that already covered by this translation from specification language like into the actual code, or do I have to do something to ensure that these kind of special cases are also covered?
Both. So it is covered. I don't know if it's already covered in Playwright or if it's covered in the Robot Framework wrapper, so in the browser library. So basically each keyword that interacts with the browser has 10 seconds of attempt to, or you can even set the timer, but default is 10 seconds. Try to make it work. So if the element appears within 10 seconds, then it continues without failing. If you have a more flaky system, there is also a keyword called wait until the keyword succeeds, where you say, okay, even if this fails, try it every 10 seconds again or every 10 milliseconds again. But that's like something that you would have to put in robot framework, but you can hide it in some low-level keyword yourself so that you don't see it in your test specification. That's actually, that was one of the, before that, the Selenium library was like the go-to thing in robot framework. And I think they also now have this functionality as well, I'm not sure. But it was the selling point switching to Playwright because they had more functionalities to make browser test cases and browser automation actually more stable and less flaky.
Okay, we now make 30 minutes break. So we already heard so much what we can do already with Operaton, what people are doing with that, and we now have the chance to in the break to directly talk to each other and yeah, enjoy the break. We will be back here at 3 o'clock with a discussion.
In half an hour. Thank you very much.
Also eigentlich typischerweise sitzen.
Ich will jetzt schon stehen. Will Sie schon da sein?
Okay, es ist 15 Uhr, wir legen los. Machst du unten, ne? So, next part is a discussion that we want to make about the future of Operaton. So it's an open discussion. There are many things that we need to do now. So we have reached our version 1.0 with a focus to maximize stability and compatibility. But from now on, Camunda is dead, and we continue our own story. And we have to talk about, where does it go? And actually, it's not written in stone anything here now. We need you as users, as contributors, and to say what is important, where do we go next. We have technology-wise some challenges, like Spring Boot 4 is around the corner. Spring Boot 3 will be end of life next year. That's some obvious thing. The Jakarta standard has evolved, so Jakarta 11 is on the way. The DMN standard has evolved. We may want to adopt, and there are many things that could be discussed. What we need to discuss, it's now up to the panel discussion, and we make it a little bit more interactive. This will be a so-called fishbowl discussion. Means there are always 3 people on the stage. Anyone can stand up and go to the stage if he wants to contribute to the discussion or raise his opinion, and can kick out someone else from the stage. either so when someone approaches, maybe some of the panel from the panelists mean, okay, I have talked enough, I go by myself, or you can also say, okay, you out, I have a place here, and of course you can force the seat back. Yeah, because it's a bit more interactive, we have to play now with the microphones a bit different. So if you are here on the stage, you have to get one of these microphones, and yeah, then continue the discussion. So being said that, let's continue and just start.
Okay, if nobody wants to, I can make a start. So I think the technological progression is pretty straightforward, right? The standards we rely upon, you already told us about it, Karsten, the Jakarta standards, the Spring framework, Spring Boot, they evolve around us. So they will move forward. We don't have a choice. We have to adapt that. And I think this is something which is really understandable, that this has to be in the roadmap. So we need to make sure we are compatible to those future versions. We need to make sure we are compatible with future Java versions. So from a technical point of view, I think our hands are, yeah, you could already argue, really forced to adapt to this. Else our software, yeah, kind of rots. And at some point we will have a bad awakening that a new library version, new framework version, new Java version is released, and Operaton would not be able to run with that. And I think this is one of the main points of maintenance we will have to do in the future.
Yes, I think it's a really important point to get out the message that Operaton is also good for new projects and not only for legacy projects. And we have to prove that we can adapt to an ever-moving ecosystem. And this has to be on our main agenda, I think, because we are also in a very, very good position from a technological standpoint to adapt, for example, to Spring Boot 4 and other advancements. And yes, we should deliver and leverage this advantage. So, Andreas, do you have something to add?
And not to the technology part, because you have said all things what is urgent and necessary for us. But I think also for this part, we need people. We need to grow out or increasing our community. We need to increasing our contributors, like mentioned already. And we have to bring up this situation so that we can getting a stable, growing community and working on this also, because we need people to this work, what we have here said on the technology stuff. And so everyone is welcome to join us and to talk with us about this point. Yeah, and these are these points which are coming in the future also, where we have to manage community management. We have to bring up structures for the developers, for example. We have both talked about already in the past what is coming up with new technology and the documentation. We need internal processes. We need to bring up transparency for our situations there and all these things together, I think. Yeah.
I think this will be the most challenging part in our next chapter. Absolutely. To get this open source governance right, because we are in the progress of or it's our main idea to create our own association, so to say, German eingetragener Verein, and we have to get it right. That the governance structures right, and it's I know many people are complaining because there are always delays to get it done, but we decided ultimately to get it right and not get it fast, and there will be a non-profit eingetragener Verein association that will govern the project in the way that it will be the legal entity. Yep. And we have to define it. It's actually an open discussion, and there will be two separate, or that's my idea, that we have a separation of concerns or separation of power. Like the development community is using our community standards like our code of conduct and our ADRs that we will hear later from Tobias to govern the product development, and the association basically monitors it, that the development community does it right. So that this is, for example, my idea how it should work. But it's always it's a work in progress.
Yeah.
And perhaps you have to add something, or you?
Yeah, the other point is also to say that the association will be part of the public relation and public communication, so that this is the face of the Operaton in the future anywhere. And so, Stephen, you want to come up and...
I want just ask a question. I don't
Okay.
want to pick one of the the rule is usually
So come up and get my mic.
And you can switch directly again.
No, I'm wondering, because it's primarily focused from a technical perspective, code quality and doing the technical stuff. And I'm a technical guy myself, but I'm not a developer. And what I'm looking for is basically an executive summary explaining the governance model and basically who's the commit assigner or the approver on the code base. Because from a public perspective, I've had it myself. I started my project. I was the first in the Netherlands with a completely open source code base. And I ended up with a pull request from an unknown guy in Amsterdam who added code with the pull request and asked me to merge it. And I hadn't thought of how to address that. And I couldn't basically assign, or I couldn't qualify the code. And my concern from an executive level is how to prevent backdoor stuff like whatever added in the code base, and who's accountable if I run Operaton on a premise running business logic, doing public service decisions, and somehow there's an issue with the code base. So what I'm looking for in short time period is an executive summary explaining from a technical perspective, from a legal entity governance perspective, how to address the accountability from a public administration perspective. Is that an interesting, or is it?
So, as you say, okay, there must be someone who reviews stuff that is contributed, and this is actually something where I'm really concerned that we need more power. Actually, we could not have come so far if we would have reviewed everything what has happened. I took the freedom to commit just stuff where I was quite sure that it's moving in the right direction, and with the security that we can't really break something because we're just better and have the freedom to also break things. And sometimes things broke. We have to detect this, and then we have to fix it. But from now on, things will change. We have a product which companies rely on that it's stable, and therefore we need also better ways for assuring the code quality and what goes into the code.
I see three different issues. So the first one is code quality and not breaking things. For that, we have an excellent testing framework in place and excellent test coverage.
I'm comfortable with that one.
Yes.
Yeah.
The second one is bad actors who would try to commit something to our code base with a hidden backdoor. I could maybe imagine that just a proposal, an agreement that we agree if somebody is an outside contributor who was not vetted and voted in as a core committer, then we need maybe 2 eyes on the pull request. Something like this, that we treat code that comes from outside as fairly as if it came from a core committer, but that we agree, okay, we don't have to move that fast anymore. We don't have to finish the whole JUnit 5 migration in just a few weeks. This is something I could imagine. So the third part is, in the governance, if a new feature is proposed by a pull request, who agrees on if that is a good idea or not. And I think for this, we already have the beginnings of a process in place with our architecture decision records. So this is actually just happening. So we got a feature request for a change in message event processing. And first there was a discussion on the issue to make sure we understand what the issue is or where the desire for such a feature comes from. In the second step, we will create an architecture decision record because it has an impact on the engine, outlining the proposed feature, maybe some alternatives, pros and cons. And then there will be a vote from the core committers to make sure that many people really considered the pros and cons deeply and had a discussion about this, and that there is a consensus that this is a good idea. So those are the three pillars I'm seeing.
Yeah, I'm sort of aware of those because I'm already enjoying the Slack community quite a lot, so I can address those. I would love to see a documenting page, as I called, for the executive C-suite, was it called earlier, which basically describes these. Operaton Release 1.0, state to date, what is it, November 2025. This is the current state to date of controlling the system in the areas you mentioned.
I think that's a good
objective of what you want to achieve there. And from my perspective, I would love to review code without having any knowledge of Java. Because asking stupid questions is also helping, because you sometimes from your own expertise, you will end up being blind for information that's not there, but is there needed for people not familiar with the code base itself. So that would be nice, I think.
I think we will also challenge if we introduce those processes to keep potential contributors of these features stay with us. Usually you are used to I want to change something, I propose something, and a short discussion, and then it finally gets merged. Things will change here, and the discussions will be longer, and especially also if they affect the architecture itself, so that there the process will get naturally longer, and we have to find a way that we stay kind of agile on that part, that we move forward and not going into endless discussions, but discuss as long as it's needed to find a good solution. And it will be challenging for outside contributors to live this way.
While we are talking about outside contributors, I'm sitting on the stage for a long time now, and I'm the only one left from the starting trio.
Yep.
Is there anybody who is not part of the core team and here as a visitor or user and would like to share some ideas on how it would be easier to contribute or to ask for features, ask for some changes? Is there anybody who would like to use that space right now?
Maybe you should
Marcin, come here.
qualify some developers which will be allowed to.
You don't have a mic. Nobody can hear you.
You have to sit here.
No.
Come over here.
Yeah, we don't bite.
So maybe we should qualify developers which will contribute to the project. Maybe it could we have to prepare some trainings on site for them in order then to give them a task and some issues to solve, and qualification of such a developers I think it could be a good way to reduce and some random change requests.
Very good question, very good part. And as a part of his question or his situation, we need to bring up structures, onboarding situations for how we can contribute. I think I will talk later about the documentation, and this is needing a part of our documentation, that we cannot only looking in the repositories or on GitHub or anywhere else. We're needing a very easily way to bring up junior developers or anyone else of stage of experience level to getting and helping on Operaton. And for this is the next big step to bring up the structure, the situation. Also, what I think what Steven is mentioned or was mentioned is to bring up key persons to directly question to them for they say, okay, you are a key person about contributing, you are a key person about documentation, you are a key person about web apps and such things. And we need to write them down to say we named them, you can reach them out in the forum or in the Slack channel or anywhere else, for example.
And they have shadows for them.
Absolutely, yes.
Right, you need more than one.
Yeah. I think some of them will go to holidays sometimes in the year, and so we need a shadow or a second person of them. But we need a structure, we need a situation therefore, and to handle this is now the phase of defining. We have worked hard in a very small team 1 year now for bringing up this first release. And now it's time to say, okay, come on, bring up structure, bring up governance, bring up legal entities and such things so that we can say, okay, we have a stable situation and getting faster, increasing situations for the next years. Because now it's the first year over, but we want to go the next year. Come over, take my mic.
I was sitting here.
Karsten want to go, take his mic.
Actually, I need you also on
Okay,
stage. I
then-
still do
then-
one thing. No, well, I need you, three of you.
Sit down.
Oh, okay. The question is, probably you're developers. Most likely, I'm the only one not. So you're talking about developing tools. Cool. That's why I need you here. But at the end of the day, somebody has to make the customer understand how to use it.
Yes.
And then, in order to make sure that the customer uses that the right way, there has to be a way to test, pilot in small steps. For us, a nice picture here. I'm not sure who was presenting it. The picture of the small plant, bigger plant, overgrown car. That's the example how people can use it wisely or not. So the developing tools, yes. But then I need something to work with a customer to make sure that actually I tell you what I need for the person that set the business requirements.
That's not how it works. You have to be released by someone else. But yeah, I would be interested here in the perspective from actual users, from those that are relying on Operaton, how they think the product should evolve and what it needs to gain the trust from more users and companies to use Operaton. This.
Second try.
Actually, I was thinking that I could attract you.
Yeah, I was sitting there in the back and was already waiting to find the right moment to jump in. So we are actually using Operaton at the core of one of our main products. So we're kind of like heavily relying on Operaton, not only for release 1.0, but also beyond that. And my question or my concern at the moment is that with this October 2025, Camunda is going to be end of life. There was a clear North Star to work against, right? And everybody was very clear, okay, then we have to be ready and everything has to be done. And you took some shortcuts if you needed to get the JUnit stuff done and all these things, right? There was a lot of energy. And now the release is there. October is over. And what is like the next North Star and what is the next thing you're running for? Is it technological updates? Is it getting more enterprise features in? Like, how do you make sure that you find your next North Star? And I guess if you find one, it will be easy to attract contributors if you have a clear vision where you want to go. But the question is, what is the vision after October 2025?
That's what we talk about here. So what can be the vision? For now, the next step should be that we are somehow plannable for companies like you. That you know when do we plan to do certain things? When do we release this? What can be in there? feature-wise, but also that we establish the structures that you get frequent updates. I think yeah, it is not over with version 1.0, and we yeah, recently just agreed that we will release a version 1.1, so no breaking change, in February. But we definitely cannot wait until February with the next release. So there will be a version 1.01 or 1.02 soon. We did not start it yet, but we need to establish that, and we need to define a release cadence that is really plannable, but also doable. So at the moment, yeah, it's also a matter of resources. Now, can we really deliver high quality feature releases each, let's say, 3 months, or is it 4, 5, 6 months? I think, from my perspective, 6 months would be too late. We have to be faster, but larger features, if we really develop features, they need to get stabilized and tested well until they get into a release. So yeah, it will be hard to find out what we identify as the next important features that companies really need, and that we need this input.
I will go another way, a little bit more in the other direction, and a little bit like the second sentence on the slide behind you, because we have sorting about the idea. It's not only a technical North Star what is necessary. I think it's also the situation to say BPMN process automation for everyone. We need to spread the word that this engine is on the market now, and we need to getting this North Star also to communicate about this, to talk about the idea and things. And then we're getting also feedback about what is necessary to getting a technology, a second North Star, for example, where we can following and such things. I think so. This is both ways what we can following in the next years.
What's wrong with having a release scheduled as of today for each quarter? So basically, you will release every end of every quarter, every year for this coming 2 years. What's wrong with that? Because then you will have the repeatability. They see progress every month. The communication there, it's a sign of life you show, and you have a repetitive character of having a release. So my objective would be, I want to see a Operaton release every quarter for the coming 2 years. What's wrong with that?
It's a good question, but I think that's, yeah, we need to handle this as the people which are in the free time working on this project.
I get it, but
and we need content for this every quarter.
No, okay, but
to getting something to change.
But
that's an excuse. There's content enough.
Okay, then bring us.
Yeah, but an empty release is also a sign of how do you say this? How the community is adapting to what's required.
Yeah, that's fine.
So if there's an empty release 2 quarters next to each other, you need to start asking questions.
Yeah.
Are we a viable product or not?
And I will answer your question again about there's enough stuff, and I will say, but this stuff is not handling in 1 quarter, because some of them is bigger and we need more time to develop on them. So we need, when we will do this, and I think an empty stuff is also a little bit a sign like, yeah, we have done a release, but there is nothing inside. This is nothing worth. And so for me, it's, yeah, let's do working. I'm going to another project. PostgreSQL is mentioned there. We are a project working on people on the free time. Everyone wants your mic. And I think this is, yeah, we have to handle this. And yes, we have to bring and prepare releases. But is it necessary to bring empty releases? I'm not sure if this is a good way, because it's also a communication situation.
I don't think we are at the risk of running an empty release for a 3-month release cadence, because there are always library updates. There are always minor updates which are not security critical, which this would obviously trigger a patch release. Yeah. But it's always nice for clients to know, okay, with this update, if we are using this version, we don't have any old libraries in there which are 2 years old or older. And if a new version arrives, then it's in there, it's tested, and it works. Yeah. So I think it's crucial for here to refine our release process a little more. I think currently there's still an amount of manual effort left, which Karsten thankfully does every time. I think we already talked about reducing that effort. And I also agree that we don't have to have that one big feature in every minor release, because it's that's a point I want to bring into the discussion. It's completely okay to not improve a product if it's stable and working. So we shouldn't try to find features just for building features' sake and just for signaling we are a live product and we are building features. So I'm coming from functional programming, and some libraries and programs there, they haven't been updated for years because the maintainers say they are done, they are stable. And that's the other extreme, but I think we shouldn't risk innovating just for innovation's sake.
Exactly, and I want to also come back to this empty release. I also do not see that there is a risk in going out of things that are moving. As you said, library updates, for example. So Operaton 1.0 is 2 weeks old. Okay, we forked it for the release candidate, and then we just did stabilization, and from then on, it immediately continued with 1.1 already, and we have since then already. I have to see, but I would feel like 100 to 200 commits on the version 1.1 already. So there's no feature in it. No, it's just improving, and it's library updates and improving the process, the documentation, and whatever. No? So, but there's plenty of stuff in it.
What I agree on, though, is that we need to make a better effort on communicating our release cadence and how we plan to continue this. So there is a discussion right now in the project what would be a viable cadence, and I think we should strive to clear this discussion up and communicate what we are planning to do in the future.
All fine. I will say only one last sentence for this point is Karsten has done so much in the last 12 months, he need a break. In a few minutes ago, there comes the question up about shadowing these people. And I think he need a shadow, and we have a problem when we say, okay, he is doing all reviews, he is doing all code reviews and such things to bring up. I'm completely agree with the sentence what's coming up, but we need people to getting every quarter a very good quality and a review. Because, sorry, Karsten, you make a great job, but you need a break. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the points you just raised were really good, because coming from an also open source project using the Operaton engine, we had to think about a lot of these aspects which you were talking about as well, like community building, but also how to set up like release numbers and versioning. So I think that's a really important aspect in terms of making people who are using the engine clear, okay, that's a minor release which just increases the dependencies and other aspects, and those are features which where new features come into the engine, but not necessarily everyone will adopt to at the same speed. So we also have to think about how to keep those versions alive, also sometimes for like a maybe longer period of time. And I think there to define processes around that to describe that in a good way where people can understand it on different levels, I think that's a really important aspect.
Structure. Yeah. Thank you.
So now, oh no,
One question to you, because if I understood you correctly, you told that there is no need to publish the new version if everything is stable. Don't you think that architects, creator of the new version of the roadmap for Operaton, are our clients? They always need something new. And I think that we need to listen them, and then we have a lot of work to do for the new version.
Yes, definitely. So as I said, not to innovate just for innovation's sake, but when there are really hard requirements and feature ideas, that's obviously something that should be included in the engine and released. Yeah.
Yeah, so listen our clients and watch our competitors to create roadmap for new versions. That's my idea for it.
Yeah.
I think so. Yes, we need setting up structures to bringing up this idea to our structure plan, to our feature plans, and to talk about these situations. And so we need to bring up structure situation again for this way, for example. Yes, because this is currently not available. We have in forum, yes, and we have their points, but we need to bring up this in public test to say where you can put up these ideas. Where's a good way to talk about? We have talking about rating ideas, for example. When we're getting a lot of feature requests about good ideas, what we can bring up in the engine or around the engine, what we have want to handle, what is the next one where we want to talk about or where we want to develop, we have to talk, because in the moment we have 2, 3, 4 developers which are working on this. And so we need a clearly favorite list, for example, and we cannot do everything on the same time. So we need structure, we need processes, like mentioned, where we can handle all these situations. This is the point. And this is the second North Star, what I mentioned. I think, yes, we have a lot of things to do. There's a technology change in the future, a lot of things. Java is developing again, and a lot of stuff. But we have also to pronounce that there is an engine, a new market player, like you mentioned, a competitor. We have, I think, a good sentence to say BPMN is for everyone, so that this was the thoughts behind the sentences. Every company, a smaller one, bigger one, every organization, small clubs, big clubs, associations, can testing and trying for free. And then, yes, they're testing, and so we needing getting them back. And that's the point. We needing and getting in contact with these people. That is a very huge target what we have to reach. Yeah. And this needs work also and such things.
And to do it in the most easier to do it easier, yeah, to do it in friendly way for people.
Absolutely, yeah.
So I think it's great that we are having a discussion about governance and where the project and the association is moving to. Maybe somebody wants to put me out of my seat again and talk about what they, or yes.
I would have a question.
Yeah, come on. You need to get a mic.
And it would switch the topic. So, my question is, do you guys, as the core committers currently, I haven't had the opportunity to invest time myself, but I would like to actually, if my employer lets me. But my question is, since Karsten, I think, also in the beginning talked about who's using, who is the deciding factor to introduce a business process engine into your company, or I think it was you.
In the talk, yeah.
And since you said it's usually the developers or the architects, my question is, do you guys have any plans to take this show on the road, if you will, and hit all the developer conferences to tell people that Operaton is alive and should be used, I guess.
Sure, we will do. Tim is already doing this, we will come into the situation that we go more often to conferences. Camunda was made so successful because they did this. So they went to developers, like Tim also said in his talk, and they set the seeding, and the developers knew this is great stuff. I need this for my project, and Operaton and BPMN is still a niche. So they just need to be aware what is Operaton, where can I use it for, and that it's not this big thing that the CTO is introducing for the whole company. No, it's something that you need for your small little project, and it's easy to integrate. And this the developers have to know, and many developers, and therefore we started to go to the Java user groups. We will go to meetups, but of course we need the time. And actually, yeah, we have also customers who demand our services on the daily basis, and we do not have yeah, all the time to go just visiting conference for conference. And also we have families. They want
Really?
to see us also. And going to conferences usually means being away from family. My wife would kill me at the moment. So.
Yeah, but this is also what I mentioned is we need a structure, we need the association to getting enabling for people who want to talk about. So not only the core contributor can do this later, it can be also done by everyone who will be part of this community or who will be say, okay, I'm open for talking about the situations. And I think this is necessary in the next years.
I think it will fit with what I was wondering also, because I had a quick look at the hub, which basically already is ending up with a quite comprehensive list of all kinds of additional services, stuff around Operaton, which basically feels like a free, what is it, advertisement for those hub stuff. Maybe you can require something upfront or as a result of being published there to have an assignment within the Operaton community to add your own effort towards the community. So for me, it requires a both ways addressing, and now it feels like we provide, because I was thinking myself definitely, but I felt some reluctancy to do that without having a proper effort put into Operaton community, not being the plugin I promoted today.
Actually, you're doing much for Operaton. You're using it, you're promoting it, and this is incredibly valuable.
I'm aware of that, but we need more than that.
We need also those to get into the situation that something is built and contributed. We have not only the hub. The hub is the last thing that we added to the web page, where everyone can list their contributions, their products, their additions, their plugins, and so on. So I don't think that we need some hurdle to get there on this list, except for this is clearly related to Operaton, especially if it's a commercial product. We also allow commercial products to be listed there. But there's a second page, and this is service providers. And service providers mean we are companies that offer services and for Operaton and earn money by selling those services, by selling service level agreements, by selling our products, and so on. At the moment, it's also easy to get listed there. You just have to do something with Operaton. But this will change. Someday we will see, okay, this list, the companies that are listed on the service providers, they need to do something. At the moment, they are doing already something just by saying we are using Operaton. We need to spread the word. That's the number one challenge for now. But we will start as service providers to earn money with that. And then, yeah, that's the nature of open source. We need to get this back. And if we earn money, then we can also use this money to pay our people to contribute.
I have another idea. I happen to be invited by an education department in the Netherlands to provide a functional requirement for 5 teams doing a semester of software engineering, and were needed to build an application within a couple of sprints. So I basically ended up being the product owner or the functional requirement for my specification on legislation being analyzed, so I built a tool for that. What about addressing those software engineering education departments provide Operaton as a service or as a solution, and try to hook on the education process of those teams being assigned to build a solution.
Yeah. Yeah. As somebody who's working at a university, I would also suggest that going into the education departments and going to your old universities or talking to your old professors and something and go tell them, by the way, there's this new kid on the block which will replace Camunda as an embedded engine, because we have one study course in Heilbronn that teaches every year students how to model business processes, and so far we always used Camunda for that. And I'm pretty sure that we will switch to Operaton also for our practical exams and so on, or we already did. So yeah, that could also be especially thinking very long term, thinking about thinking about current students who will come, the new software engineers. If they leave the university with the knowledge of there is a product called Operaton, and if I have that problem, I will use that tool. That's always a good idea. Everyone gets taught how to use IntelliJ, and then they take that and use that in their job as well. So if we teach them Operaton, they will use it as well.
It's also a matter of time again. So let's say Tim has a small company, and if he decides to go one day to a university and earn nothing and just talk about Operaton, then he is not earning the money for this small company at that day. And of course, we would love to do more visits to universities, to meetups, whatever. But we need that our companies are able to pay us.
Yeah. The good thing is, at least for our university, you don't have to come. We would love to have you, I think, but we will still use it. So that's already done for us. Yeah.
So I'm already teaching a module at the university in Mainz every summer with BPMN. So next year we will switch to Operaton for that. So good topic. We are doing that. And I think one thing that just crystallizes itself during the last questions and topics is that we need to softly ramp up. So for now, we have made a tremendous effort, mostly in our free time and on our company's time, to bring the project here. And now we are in a position, yes, to earn some money with it, with service providers, or other service providers do this too. And I think there's a general understanding that these service providers will then contribute back to the project. And this is not something we can scale up immediately, because the service providers need to find paying customers. And then they have even more interest to contribute back to the project. And this is something that will influence each other. So both aspects will just start rising a little more. And I think I already see this see this starting. We had some more contributors in the last weeks. We have some people now who create issues indicating that they are using Operaton, and also partially agreed to help solve these issues. So I think this is a process which has already started. And we're talking about, we need to do that in the future, but I think the process now has already begun, and we need to see that we support this process and keep it running so that more contributors come, more people use it, more people rely on Operaton, and then even more people will contribute.
And I think don't be afraid, and everybody can relieve me here if you want, but don't be afraid to be slow, because what I loved in the last years was that Camunda was very stable. Mm-hmm. We have a lot of libraries in our project included, and Camunda was never the one I had to think about upgrading to the next feature release. Other libraries stuff broke all the time, but with Camunda we never had that problem. So I don't have a problem with you guys going slow.
So hello to our LinkedIn live stream. We see you. There are a lot of questions, or some questions actually, and you can of course drop more questions. And I will read out the LinkedIn questions now. So Simon is asking, I have a question regarding to support. what is the way of reporting and fixing of bugs if any ever occur? How do you think about this process?
So I'm a little careful with the word support for an open source project. Currently, everybody is free to open an issue on our GitHub issues. This is already happening. So people from outside are already raising GitHub issues, either with questions where we can clarify, no, that's not an issue, you're holding it wrong, or there is something in this constellation that might require a workaround. But we also have seen 1-2 bugs in regards of testing, and I think there's a fresh bug from yesterday evening where some minor thing in Spring Boot is behaving a little differently. So for the project right now, this is the desired process, that just raise the bug, we will do a triage, and we will see if we integrate it into the next minor release, if it's really low prio, or if we need to trigger a patch release because something has broken and we want to fix this as soon as possible.
Okay, great. So Matthias noted the release cadence for Camunda 7 was actually 6 months and not 3 months, and it apparently 6 months proved to work quite well for many companies. It was just an addition to the discussion we had. And Ahmed is asking, what makes Operaton stand out from other forks?
That's
What
my
are the
question. That's my
strengths and
question.
differentiations?
I would like to ask about this. The Operaton is not the only one fork for Camunda 7. Why this is the best one? Because it is, yeah?
So I'm not going to look into the future here because I don't have any insight into the roadmap of other forks. So from what I'm seeing right now, I think Operaton is the only community-based open source project. So it's the only Camunda fork I'm aware of which is backed by a community and not a company, a commercial entity. So this is something, I think this is a neutral description on the differences.
Open source forever.
Yes, open source forever, right. Backed by a legal entity with no commercial interest. So, and you already see this, a commercial entity only implements what they see, where they see a return on investment. And I think that was a great example, our JUnit migration, for example. If you made this as a business calculation, the benefits and the cost, no company would have decided to do this. So we have motivated people from the open source community who just say, okay, this is relaxing to me. I can do this in the evening while watching football, maybe. Yeah. So that's one of the things. From what I also see, I think we are the fork who did the most modernization yet. So we have decided to cut some, in Germany you would say, to cut some braids off, some old braids, where we decided to drop Java EE support, where we supported to drop the compatibility for the Java X namespace. I'm pretty sure that with this decision, we prevented some Camunda 7 users from switching over to Operaton fast because they had those older versions, older frameworks, older libraries in place. On the other hand, we put ourselves in a really good position for future modernization. So we raised the baseline to Java 17, which again probably locked out some people, some bigger organizations from using Operaton, maybe. On the other hand, now there is a ton of new frameworks and libraries coming towards us. Test Containers 2, Spring Boot 4, they all require Java 17. So we already did the work to support them and to make that quick switch.
Going to that, this is definitely one of the differences of Operaton to the other forks. If you see into the code base of other forks, you will see it's mostly Camunda 7.24 or even 23, the last fork that came out. Renamed, and besides that, not really much happening, and this will draw back to them with the legacy that they bought in. getting out of this legacy of Java EE was a tremendous effort for Operaton, and it was really also software engineering wise very challenging. This will be a really big issue for those folks if they need to go there. They must go there if they upgrade to Spring 7 or test containers 2 support or Jakarta EE upgrade. So going to newer application service. This will be a very big effort. 2 days ago, there was one Dependabot change coming in, upgrading a Wildfly 37 to 38. And it was for us, it was just a dependency version upgrade. All the integration tests were running fine, and we made already much effort into getting into the state that we do not have any pain with that. And yeah, this will be very hard stuff if you go from Wildfly 33 maybe and to 38, 39, and so this will be a major effort without adding any value.
So there's one last open question from LinkedIn that kind of fits into it. Matthias is asking, how do you plan to align future releases of Operaton with major updates of frameworks like Spring or Jakarta EE? Will there be a regular cadence or more flexible feature-driven releases?
Not totally decided. So this is the typical question. We have a famous thread, and actually this was the intention of this discussion at all. I opened a thread called Operaton 2.0 because my way of thinking was that back then there are so many major technology-wise changes that they can't be compatible to 1.something version, and that we ourselves need to make a major upgrade to integrate Spring Boot 4 support or Jakarta E11 or whatever comes in. I'm thinking nowadays different because I saw that Tim has already provided POC, which shows that we can be ready for Spring Boot 4 while still supporting Spring Boot 3. So this will be a shift and small and slow shift over, and it will come with feature release. I'm not sure if it's 1.1, but at least 1.2.
Yeah, I think that discussion is really interesting about the forks and how they might be different from each other. But what would interest me is how compatible they are, maybe also in future. So are there some plans to have some kind of like interoperability layer where you can eventually switch from one engine to another if that's required or necessary? Have you thought about something like that?
Thinking, of course. Answer, no. So we spoke also with other forks, and we are sure that we should not drift too much away from each other. Actually, if we say, okay, we agree on certain features in the database and we do not evolve that too far, and also regarding the REST interface that is evolving really coordinated with others, then they are interoperable. So for example, we saw Flowset today. Flowset is primarily targeting Operaton, but it's at the same time supporting also other forks, because on the interface level, they're exchangeable at the moment. If this can be kept, this will be a very challenging thing. Of course, we would like to observe what others are doing, and also we will evolve, and yeah, we hope that we have a kind of discussion there on that level.
Okay, thanks.
Do we have still some time? Yeah. Okay. So I completely agree that the technical foundation is kind of the priority 0, and it's also one of the reasons think we decided also to migrate from Camunda to Operaton, because even now, from the just how much effort there went into fixing vulnerabilities, refactoring, and so forth, believe, and I think it's the fact that it's probably even more stable than Camunda 7, and still, I'm asking kind of how this goes further. Of course, there are technical requirements, Spring update, and so forth, like we talked about. But also coming to the discussion about other forks and how much of a difficulty they are going to have. Maybe it's also an opportunity for Operaton to differentiate even further in non-functional aspects, like scaling to a lot more active instances and in that the engine can handle, because in the end it's a platform. Everyone has some sort of use case where they need certain requirements functionally, but Operaton and Camunda are so extensible that you can achieve that with plugins, with external tasks, whatever. So making the platform, which is already there, which is very feature rich already, better and more maybe suitable also to higher to bigger scale, could be a differentiating factor. Also maybe to Camunda itself. Yeah.
If I may, we are already working on that. So I'm currently having a branch on the repository where we implemented an optimization to the job executor. History is that some friendly person whose name I cannot remember right now because I'm really bad with names, wrote on the Operaton forums, I think it was even last year, and said, I'm having a Camunda 7 instance and we expect a lot of load in parallel. And I saw that if I add more Camunda nodes to the database, that at some point throughput gets down. So it gets slower because the job executor, as it is built, it is locking. And at some point, the instances are locking each other on the table and they are getting slower and slower. And so this will probably be one of the first functional features we're shipping. We're not sure when. We'll have to quality assure now. But due to change of the underlying database calls to that table, this person, the change we proposed in the forums, and he tried it out with his very great test setup in AWS. And I think he was able to get processing time down from 40 minutes to 16. This is, if I remember correctly, you can just read it in the forums if you search for job executor. And this feature is now in testing. It's implemented for all the database systems. I'm currently polishing some unit tests, writing some new unit tests to make sure this works. And we plan to bring this feature opt-in. So we don't want to just publish a change in the job executor to everybody, but this will be available as an opt-in feature, yeah, probably soon, I think. I don't promise too much. So yeah, we're doing things. Maybe we should talk about that more. That's a very good point.
Yeah, so it could be really a differentiating factor to double down on the technical features and providing a platform which is even really scalable and extendable for all kinds of use cases.
So sorry, I need to close this discussion. It was very valuable to have all the voices here, and yeah, we have the chance now to speak person to person in here now on site. But for the remotees, yeah, just raise questions further on LinkedIn. We will process them yeah, asynchronously, and we'll happily answer everything what you're interested about Operaton. So we make half an hour break and then continue with the talks. Thank you.
So, hello everyone, it's great to be here. It's not something usual we can be when a huge open source project starts. And it was probably the first time in my life when I can be with the guys who will prepare that and who has an encouraged to do that. And well, we would like to talk about our add-ons to Operaton, because our path to Operaton is over 15 years. And okay, little words. My name is Marcin Makowski, and I'm CEO of BeOne. We have an over 50 Camunda 7 developers, all projects based on Camunda community, and you know, so we are the leader in Poland implementing pure Camunda to many organizations, mainly the biggest organizations in Poland. And we have an also training team of Camunda community. So now it's a really natural path for us to move to another to Operaton. Okay, so we have lots of multi-tenant environment based on BPM. We have an over 1,000 organizations serviced by our platforms based on BPM. So you understand why we use community version and now Operaton. We have an over 500,000 business users and over 100 integrations. So all of our projects are focused on ECM and content management and business process management. Oh, okay. And so we are focused on open source. We started working many years ago on JBPM. Then when team of JBPM moved to Alfresco, we moved to Alfresco. When Alfresco developed activity, we moved to activity. And there is something what is interesting, I think, which could be interesting also for developing and extending Operaton. Maybe you not remember, but when Alfresco started developing ECM platform, they used an JBPM and as a part of that platform for orchestrating of document management and document processing and tasks in that platform. And lots of developers use this JBPM and then activity because it was ready to use in Alfresco. So, for example, if you use Operaton with something together and prepare charts, Helm charts for deploying all this stuff, I think Operaton will be natural part of ecosystem with an ECM and other tools. Okay, so our journey. Do you remember that? It's activity, for example, part of modeling processes. So it's our journey from BPM, simple BPM, now to of course BPM connected with AI. And as far as you remember, here is the JBPM next activity. We understand the path where we are. So because you know Operaton is an grandson of an JBPM. So okay. First stage in our evolution was of course JBPM and activity modeling, optimization, control. Next Camunda decision modeling. What is still in Operaton, it's really important for us because now we see that decisions modeling is even more important than AI sometimes. And micro orchestration, events and integration. At stage 4, Operaton, agentic AI, MCP, learning adaptation, collaboration. You will see what I'm talking about. So the solution we built have always been ahead of the trends, not just reacting to them. So connecting some technologies like ECM and BPM, on the overlap of these technologies, there is an main advantage of some solutions. So I will talk about it later. And most important thing for our customers is, of course, avoiding vendor lock and freedom of innovation. I will talk about it later. First, for example, service we can contribute to Operaton. All the services are free and open source. So if something is here, it's our a GitHub, you can download it and use it. So first is process versioning service. It's for when you want to start the process, you can start the process with the definition of the process from in a strict date of process history. So you can start the process which was deployed a year ago or previously with sub-processes and the decisions models also. So you can combine it and use the process in the version on that date. So this is query for BPMN, the DMN version at any past date. It guarantees, of course, historical consistency, essential for audits, regression tests, cross-year comparisons, and works even if BPMN used latest at runtime. So it's really important for some reasons and some companies. So we call it time travel for processes. And next, even you have an on GitHub URL. It's event handler. It converts Operaton internal events to external events. It works with Nathan, Kafka, queues, and other integrations layer. It's near real-time reactions and eliminates light coupling. So we call it events that talk to the outside world without spaghetti integrations. And next, we have a process history API. You can have an all history of the process with sub-processes and parent processes with one JSON. If you ask Operaton, you can have full JSON representation of execution, variables, user tasks, comments, the transitions, timestamps. It's really useful, perfect for dashboards, BA analytics, SLA, tracking, simulations. And every process leaves footprints. Now you can see them all. Next, we have a task list, the normalized task list, because variables in Operatons are all in some tables. And sometimes when we have thousands of tasks and we would like to filter them or sort them and use it really fast, we need to something which is prepared for that, especially as SQL tables. So we do it. We prepare the normalized ultra-fast view of task based on SQL and with snappy filtering, sorting, searching, designed for real inboxes and high-performance dashboards and real-time update. It's really important because you need to have if one of the tasks is done, it shouldn't be visible on the list. So lots of useful stuff here. So we call this is the model we need to build dashboards that actually scale. Next, we have a low-code Alfresco integration. As I mentioned, Alfresco is an ECM, so it's for content management, for file management. So we built in Alfresco environment for building processes, building rules, and building also forms. So forms, for example, are based on Form.io. Of course, processes and rules are based on Operaton. So you can build it. You have a whole environment, open source, of course, with versioning, with ready for deployment. These processes, and you have also path and road to deployment and of the process. So it's visual modeling in the browser, full versioning, controlled path for model evolution, and enables citizen through development. So you have an environment for building your own processes and connected also with documents. Of course, we're users friendly. Next, we've seen that lots of processes are based on document processing. So when we have lots of heavy document operations, we need to avoid sending documents and avoid sending document to some transformers and so on. So we prepared the extension which is connected with a transform service. It's of course open source, is based on Akka open source project. It's a reactive project and environment. So we can use queue for persist long-running documents operations, but several transformations to a single request. So if I have transformation in the one part of the process of document, then signing document, then merging document with other documents, we use something like logging operations on documents, and at the end of the process sending them together to the transformation in order to do this transformation in one step, even if you have many steps in the process. So it's something also useful in order to avoid single step transformations, and then it's not effective. So it's optimized, of course, document transfer overhead. It's heavy lifting done graceful. Next, we have there are also experimental ideas we are working for now. It's hybrid automation. For example, we see that Camunda-8 or Orcas, for example, it's useful for very heavy loaded processes. And for integrations, for example, Nathan as a project, open source project, is also useful. And in order not to have Operaton will not be the best for everything. Yeah? So it's better to use other open source tools. They will do it better than us. And integrated with Operaton, we'll be building natural stack of performing processes. So, for example, Nathan performs integrations and on-demand micro automations. We have when we start with that, we have lots of integrations on board. Camunda-8 or Orcas, we have a high performance orchestration. Operaton orchestrates the business logic, states, and decisions. And all these other tools can use Operaton, and Operaton can use these tools for some what they do better. So we have a resilience and maintainability much better. So orchestration meets low code and performance meets flexibility. Next, of course, we have a lot of discussions about AI. So when we see that, for example, Camunda built prompts inside the processes, it's not natural using models and using AI because it's not effective. When you use AI, when you build everywhere API to models and so on, it's much better to use LangChain and especially LangFlow as a really popular project and integrate it with the process. So if we can connect LangFlow and have a chat input and chat output directly from that, it's much cleaner BPMN without all this AI stuff, and much better. We have a much better scaling, AI independently from Operaton. They use across multiple process, of course, and visual debugging of AI logic. So let Operaton orchestrate, like let LangFlow think about. So, so it's for example the process connected with flow, especially pipeline connected with Operator. Next, why this matters? The operating community. We think that all components are real tested and open. It's most important, but for high volume enterprise environments, it's really much important for them to have each service for as the best for doing what it's built for. And then you can think about high volume. If we overload Operaton with some stuff where it's not prepared for at the beginning, it won't be useful in the future. So as you see, for example, Alfresco, yeah? They are the best in the ECM, and Activity 7, it's not their main product. It's not their main path of development. It's not main feature. So it's collapsing, and lots of environments prefer to use Camunda or Operaton. Now we have some Operatons in banks and other companies. So it should be modular, not intrusive, extendable for everyone. So these aren't prototypes, still verified in real projects and real loaded, lots of processes, lots of documents, lots of data. And proposal for collaboration of our proposal is, of course, open repositories, as I mentioned before, shared roadmap for example, integrations with other stuff, deep dive workshops. If you need if it's something interesting for you, we can give you our knowledge about that, our knowledge about how to use these projects and how to integrate some products, our experience in that, and we can prepare deep dive workshops. We have opportunities to co-own task list service, for example, evolution, optional operating community toolbox curated by BeOne as for example, as our part of that. We can offer also some shadows for you to be even on site here to help you to develop an Operaton and integrate maybe some these tools. And of course, we have of course in Poland we have a 1, 2, and 3 line support 24/7 days a week, and we have no enterprise version. So it's all we do. It's free and open source and based on open source licenses. No, we don't have any enterprise versions. So let's take these components, refine them together, and make Operaton the most complete open automation platform on the market. Thank you very much.
Because our LinkedIn stream was terminated and we tried to reactivate it. So Marcin is free of answering questions now.
So we need to repeat the presentation?
Okay. Yeah?
So when I understand correctly, you have a lot of customers using Operaton.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I would probably be interested if there is any feedback from you or the customers from things that you need that are not currently there. Second, is there some way to communicate back?
They even don't know that they use Operaton. They need to have a clean security test. Yeah, yes, it should just work. Of course, we inform them about this tag, but we do lots of. We are shadows for some IT companies, and we do some trainings and extensions we did some extensions to Camunda and now for Operaton, and they ask us to prepare something for the stack, for Operaton as an extension. They do not have some questions to Operaton as itself, because they treat an Operaton as a library of all of that. They do not even think that it's a platform of BPM.
But what about you? If you build extensions for
Yeah.
probably stumble about limitations of work or something.
Yeah, well, but we built, honestly, we built all these extensions to Camunda 7. Yeah, and now we moved these extensions to Operaton.
Sure, I see. But the question is there some flow of information in the other direction? So, I mean, the Operaton team is looking for things to implement, things to improve. Where should the focus be? And it looks like you could provide some.
We need to prepare something on the date. Yeah, we have a project, we have some requirement, change requests or other things, and it must be done on this date. Yeah, we do not, we cannot think, oh, let's do it with community and wait for that.
Sure. But maybe what you can do is, if you have an issue, I don't know, something is not working like you do, you need to spend more time, just communicate back, please improve this thing.
Yeah, but we need from Operaton really now only an security of BPM. Yeah, that it's all on the green when we test it on security patches and something like that. Security.
So you just need a stable product.
Yeah, we need stable product, and of course we can contribute of our stuff to that. For example, when we thought about not history, this first part of when we have a process on the date, it's something we had to really deeply integrated with Camunda and now with Operaton. It's not as an only add-on. It's something deeper. So for us, it will be better if Operaton will connect this feature with a main release. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm just about the information flow, so that it somehow gets known.
Otherwise we have to continue.
Yeah.
We have still open talk
Okay.
after the talks. Architecture decision records.
Yeah.
Welcome everyone. Thank you for joining. My name is Tobias Unger. I'm solution architect at OPITZ Consulting and operation contributor. Maybe I should use the wording core contributor, but because that will become important during the talk. Yeah. So with Operaton 1, as mentioned today, focus was stabilizing, and now we are going or shifting the focus towards 1.1, 2.0, and it's shifting from stability to evolution, new features, new libraries, etc., etc. So, and that's why we decided to start with ADRs. Okay. And why do we do that? So we are just currently discussing a lot of possible changes. Well, we had it here during the podium with the Java Spring Baseline, adding more BPMN, DMN functionality, security functionality, and a lot of further stuff. So, and that aren't cosmetic changes. They are going deep in the engine. For example, if we add an ad hoc subprocess, we're going deep in the engine implementation. So, and that affects the architecture for years. And that's why we need a transparent decision making with a clear foundation before we really go into the change in the code base. And also it supports early documentation. So we hope that we don't have then an architecture drift between the documentation, the ADRs in English, at the code base. What are the goals of using ADRs? So first is, of course, preserve knowledge. So it's our architecture memory. For us as an open source project, it's also very important to speed up onboarding. So people can read these ADRs and think, okay, that's why they did that. That's why they use Spring 4 and don't Spring Boot 4, and they don't support Spring Boot 3 anymore, for example. Just examples, I'm using examples that are not decided yet, so don't take this too serious, but what I use as example. Also, in a lot of projects, you have this repeated debates. Every half a year, somebody came around, oh, why do we use Kafka and not MQ Series? So if you have a clear documentation on that, you can point to that documentation and also enable traceability. So maybe in 5 years, we can look back on our decisions and maybe can say, oh, that was a good decision, that was a bad decision, or that decision must be that decision must be replaced by a new decision. So the key concepts are very, very easy. I don't want to go deep in that. The most important thing for us is the architectural decision record. It's simply a short document in Markdown that captures the decision, context, options, and the consequences. I will go deeper in that later on. So basically, the architectural decisions answers why questions. That's the why of the word why. Why it's called the why statement. And the why statement helps us to express cleanly in long one sentence. In this context, we are facing that forces. We choose option X or we choose option Y to achieve goal Z, accepting the trade of Y. So if we can't express it like that, in that simple format, then people say the decision is not ready yet. And writing this out forces us to name the real drivers, the real alternative, the benefits we want, and very importantly, the downside we are accepting. So as everybody knows, there's always a trade-off with every decision, and also we want to document that. It's like a clarity check before things land in the code base. Then also, that's not the main focus of this talk, but I decided to also show this slide. So we have an Operaton, also with the audience here, we have contributors and we have users. So and the talk here is mainly on decisions shaping operation internals. So what we as contributors do, but also the concept of ADRs or ADRs is also for everyone. Using Operaton can use this, maybe to decide the process engine bootstrapping, integration choices, whether I use Spring Boot, Wildfly, Tomcat distribution, Quarkus, CDI, whatever. But those decisions are part of the individual project. So we are on this side. So for example, decisions like, do we support 2 field engines in DMN field engines in the next release, or what's with APIs extensions? Do we have cross-cutting changes, e.g. migrating to Jackson 3 because all packages package names are changing, something like that. So these decisions are part of the Operaton project. Yeah, and this format is matter, or called matter. It's a simple markdown file. So it's simple, it works with Git. And there's a screenshot on the slide. If you go to docs decision in the repository, they're all living this ADRs. Currently one, to be honest. There is a file with README. There are a lot of instructions for how to write ADRs, how to review ADRs, etc., etc. But also important is when to write one. So not everything is an architectural decision. If we simply change some configuration, that's not an architectural decision. So it should be impactful, cross-cutting, or decisions that are hard to revert. But also there are examples in the README. So that's an example of the Marder template. We have the core. That's the core section. So there are more sections, but that's the core sections. And that's the example of our first and currently only ADR. So we start with the context and problem statement. Why do we do that now? And when do we do that? And then in the second section, we have the decisions driver, top 3 to 5 factors. So in our decision, we have 5. So if you take that example, it's the null safety strategy for Operaton. Then the decision driver is, for example, improve clarity and safety of operation public APIs regarding nullability. So that's the decision driver here. Next section is obviously the decision. So in the template, you see that there's another section. It's not mentioned here. It's the considered options. Next section, the consequences. So the very important thing is here, the positive, the negative, and the risk. So we're also documenting the positive and negative things. Also with the alternatives, we document the pros and cons. So we can use also the cons maybe later on if we decide to revalidate the decision or replace the decision. And then there's the last section, confirmation how the decision will be validated, e.g. by review, or where they write a unit test or something like that. Some parts were missing? Yeah, it was only... What, sorry? The example. Yeah, the example goes... It's longer than the slide, so if we open it's a document, you can go to the repository and then there it lives. And that's the typical workflow for an open source project like ours. So open a draft of the decision, then open the discussion before the ADR becomes proposed with some, to speak, open feedback window. So that's not decided yet, but it should be flexible and maybe longer for an open source project than a normal project within the company. And that's why I mentioned the core contributors. The approval for an architectural decision requires the approval for at least 3 core contributors, and that are contributors that are elected in the forum. So what I will do in the next 2 weeks, I think, is that I will add the workflow to the README. So currently, if you read the README, there's a lot of stuff, but the only thing it's really missing is the workflow. So we will add that. So and then the second last slide, that are some tips and tricks for writing good ADRs. So use a clear, conscious language. So it's not marketing. We don't need long sentences, clear and conscious. Structure, I showed the slides before. What's also important, be explicit about trade-offs. So it's not to sell options. It's really about the trade-offs. That's the advantage of a solution. We go for the solution, but we know that it also has consequences and that it has cons. Make the context visible, otherwise people will not understand why the decision was made. What's also important is link issues, PRs and related ADRs. And I think what we learned the last months, and we'll also think it will last for another few months, that it's a learning process to write these ADRs, to make them with a clear, conscious language, to define options. So that's a learning process. So it was a very short talk, 10 minutes. Yeah. So we are open source project. I will invite everybody, please contribute to the project, propose ADRs, participate in discussions. So even a like will help. So help to shape operations, long-time direction. And check out ADR at GitHub.io. So there are a lot of more information on ADRs. Thank you. Now I'm open for questions.
Machen wir nachher in der Pause. Also, wir müssen jetzt,
wir müssen Zeit gewinnen, oder?
To pizza. Okay, cool. Hi, also from me. I have to talk, or I have the lucky guy to talk about the documentations. And I have talked about them in our panel discussion. Also, a little bit about me first. I'm co-initiator, I'm the developer, I have 2 kids and a wife. I'm BPMN coach since 8 years now, process automation developer and open source fan. So far, so good. Yeah. What is about the documentation when we fork? We don't forget them. And I will tell you a little bit what is necessary, why is this good to get them also aware, because it was one of my parts in the last 12 months to handle this documentation, to improve it, and I will tell you a bit about what we have done there and what we have reached. First steps what we have done is to looking out what is there for what has done Camunda in the documentation, what is the tooling, what was the situation there. And the first surprise for me was that there was 3 repositories to figure out for one documentation page. Because when you remember, there was a bit main menu in the top of the documentation, and this was splitting up in different documentation, and they have a hidden build pipeline anywhere inside, which is making one documentation system out of them. And this was the reason for me to say we need another way. And so we are going through the old documentation, which means the Camunda 7 documentation, which is still available and is alive. And then after we are going there through this documentation, we decided to use a new software. And I will tell you a bit what we have using and what we have done there. What was necessary for this new software? What we have using? We have using Docusaurus. It's also an open source system and a framework which handles markup files. But on the other side, you need to getting very clean or very structured markup files. And there were a situation where we have to clean up a lot of markup files from the Camunda documentation. So we have to repair links because we have switched a little bit the structure and the situation of the main root folder, so I will say, and so we have to fix a lot of broken links and so on. Then we want to have a new search function because in the new system there have to be one. And then we have the challenge to getting our Java docs and REST API specifications in the documentation, which will be building with the build pipeline of the main project of the engine. And so Karsten and I was talking about, and he has finding a way to push the documentation or the specification files for the Java docs and REST APIs in special folders, and I have linked them into the folder from the documentation. So we have now the connection and we see them, and you have getting all current versions of these points here. Yeah, it was a long night sometimes to building and fixing some things, and then we take the success step by step. What we do here is we run this on our own server. We have an own small VM there, and for the search function, we have also decided to go in type sense and not the other one. I have missed the name, but there's an community node. It's a company search function, which is also in documentation for search function. But TypeSense is completely free, and we can hosting them by our own. We have a small TypeSense server, a Docker container, and with our build pipeline, which we're getting from Marcin. Thank you for this when you're listening, because this was very helpful for us to getting a very good way to develop changes in the documentation. And in the build pipeline, in the beginning, when we have not a search situation there, then we're needing only 10 seconds or 20 seconds, but now we're needing 2 or 3 minutes because we're building every time the new index for the search, and we're pushing them into the TypeSense server for getting this. What is very good for us is it is all open source because we want to take care there. We don't want to go into any other situations. And for this, we have no dependency on license or something else. Yeah, but why documentation matters? We have talking in the panel discussion about the situation. We have their space to tell what is Operaton doing, what you can do with Operaton, and also how you can contribute. And this is a part which we are missing and I will talk about. But on the other side, a good documentation helps us to find guys which want to help, because they can find the way into the documentation, into the project. And so there are statistics outside where saying when you have a good documentation, you have a better door open for the people who finding out. Because one point we're looking for a lot of people is the repository, the page, the main website or web page, and the documentation. And when this is good, and when you can finding what you search for, or you have search problems, then yeah, it's better to finding a good way there. And so contributors looking for documentation because they need help. A lot of documentation is often in the repository in the for the engine, but we have to switch them over, I think, in the future, because there is this better searchable and we can bring up more context to the contribution situation there. Genau. And the documentation is also helping for maintaining and preserve the knowledge when we have a situation that contributor will leaving the project. So what we have heard here with the ADR in the last talk is also that we getting, when we get developing feature, the situation to say, yes, we have to bring up also the part of the documentation. We have to setting down this knowledge from the developer or from the feature requests to the documentation so that we can preserve it for the future and for other situations. So, yeah, and here's some small statistic situation and a very interesting article on the Moldstart page, which was about when can an open source project winning or failing. And one part or one chapter there inside is documentation, which needs, when you have a good documentation and you have regular updates, this is a trust level what you can show. In the moment on our page, when you take a look, we have this yellow banner in the top. I think, Steven, it was your banner. Thank you for this. We will remove it in the next few weeks. Yeah. But it was very helpful for say, okay, we are work in progress here, and now we're coming step by step to a very good level to say we have for this now a situation where we can work with, where we can based on in the future. And so we're getting clear signals also for the active maintenance. We have the behavior, the understandable or the predictable behavior situation. User know what is to expecting for situations when I working with this product, this software or something else. And we have not this situation for I don't know where to go. I have no issue. I have an issue, but I don't know what. And so the documentation, I think, is a good point to say, here you can find an answer for your situations. Or, for example, you can find information where you can go further for getting solutions for your situations. So, we are not done yet. This is my last chapter in my slides, so I'll be getting in the timeline back after the last one. One big point what we have is the pictures are the old one. There's everyone the Camunda logo, and I have setting up an engine and creating process models, and so. But there are hundreds of pictures. When someone has some wine at home, some time in the evening, and a good movie to look, have fun and help, because there is a lot of things to replace. Take a look, and you can see where pictures are. There's a very, very huge amount of pictures which we have to change with our latest version, and we can using our current cockpit situation, because that's defined, that's our state. We have renaming the Camunda cockpit to Operaton in the top left corner, and we have a little bit changing the colors. And so, yeah, make screenshots from them so that we're getting this last chapter done there, also one of the last big pictures there. And then therefore is an issue also in our repository is the migration guide, because that's one of the biggest part currently where the people are talking about. We want to setting up a step-by-step migration guide in the documentation where the people can find this help when they want to starting with Operaton, or they have when they have an old Camunda situation and then they want to stay going over to Operaton. And so we have to setting up this for the next chapter. Cool. Then, yeah, I mentioned this already in our discussion, in the panel discussion. What is not in the Camunda documentation also, but after I remember about the slides and the documentation and the situation, how we contribute currently and how I see contribution from outside, normally way is to going to the repository, looking for a contribute MD file and looking what is there inside. But this is the technical stuff. And it's a limited situation, it's not searchable, it's not the best, but it's a beginning. And I think we need a very good point in the documentation to bring this up also as a separate chapter in our documentation, that developer who not want using Operaton for processes or something, they only want to contribute, they want to review something, and they want to know, how can I do a review? This is a question which we need an FAQ section. And this is a very other big point, what we want to set up here. Which means we have a lot of things to do. My last slide, join us. Let us improve together the documentation, like the guy before me mentioned. Let us do it together. Happy to welcome you, and I'm happy to see you in our Slack channel. Thank you for listening. Any questions?
Yes, maybe. Is about the license of the documentation, is it the same as the source code? Is it Apache 2, or how is that handled?
A good question. I think this is, no, this is a creative license. This is a creative license 3.0, anything else then.
We actually may copy it, right?
Yeah. This was one big point in the beginning to look, are we allowed to copy the repository of Camunda? This was what you mentioned with your question. Yes, this was, we have reading and asking, and so yes. This is their also Camunda license. It's also under the Creative Commons license 3.0 anywhere.
There is a lot of pictures to correct in documentation. Do you think it is possible to create process in Operaton with AI support to correct it automatically?
You mean to make screenshots automatically with the robot framework?
To remove Camunda logo.
I think we need a slice of pizza and you need to talk with Markus. But then you were welcome to bring up this idea. I have no idea if this will be possible because we need screenshots here from outside. We need an engine which is running and then you need a second engine to make screenshots, for example, for your idea. Let's talk about it.
Okay.
Steven?
Yeah, I was thinking about in that way. I'm willing to host a specific instance for documentation purposes. So we have a actual instance running, publicly available.
Okay,
which
and everyone can make a picture there.
Yeah.
Oh, cool idea.
And you can, because I was thinking, give me the assets folder. I will look through all those images and take fresh screenshots from that particular instance, replace the JPEG, PNG files or whatever, and that's done. But I'm willing to host as a
Steven, we need to talk about.
Yeah.
Thank you for this. Yeah.
One last?
Yeah, there was in the middle one. Okay, cool. Okay. We can talk later about this. Thank you very much.
So there's also the forum from Camunda where also a lot of questions were answered, for example. Any effort in scraping that and...
The form builder, you mean?
No, the forum.
The forum?
Yeah, from the common. Yeah, from the common.
Use maybe AI to parse through that and create valuable information out of it.
Creating something out of the forum to bring them up. Yes, absolutely.
Camunda will probably shut that down or remove Camunda 7 questions maybe at
some
point.
And, yeah. Oh, there's to take care about the content of the forum. Yeah, we can do this a hidden bot to scan this. But yeah. I get your question. You want to go to the forum of... yeah, but a good question. Okay, thank you. Have a good evening. Good luck.
Perfect. That's it. Thank you. All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jaap Bakker. I'm from Retens in the Netherlands. I heard someone say they were the least technical guy in the audience. I will dare to challenge them. I think I'm the least technical guy in the audience, but it doesn't matter because I've got a lot of passion for process management. I've got a lot of passion for open source, and so does my company. So I want to briefly share with you a couple of things about Operaton and about the company. Very briefly, we call ourselves the open source process company in the Netherlands. My name is Jaap Bakker. I'm co-owner and director of the company. We were founded in 2000, not by myself, but by my colleague Rutger. Currently about 55 people, Amsterdam, process management, open source. You can see the things there. We used to have a very strong Camunda focus. Camunda was basically found by an intern in our company who we set out to discover JBPM. And after 2 weeks, he came back and said, I ditched JBPM within a day, but I found this other thing, it's called Camunda, it's great. And we were quite pissed off because we said JBPM, but we're obviously very happy. We're quality certified and we work mainly Java Kotlin. That's really, that characterizes our company. And obviously, we work everything according to EUPL v.1.2, which is an open source license. So everything we do is open source. So basically, our solution is called Valtimo. It's basically the Finnish word for artery. So it's like a beating vein of your organization. And basically, we use Operaton in our solution to really optimize business processes. Now, this is what it looks like. We have the BPM engine, which was obviously used to be from Camunda. And what we've done is we built a layer around it. And in this layer, you've got a lot of different things like email, a new UI, case management. You see all the different types of things that we've added, and they are all added to the product as said, open source. We've got now major 13 running in the field of our product, and major 13 is the first version that's fully running on Operaton. So that, and my colleague Ivo Zaal, who's part of our development team, basically switched in a previous session also of Operaton in the Netherlands, but we switched from Camunda to Operaton in less than a day, 6 hours, including documentation. It was flawless, so it's really well working for us. So I just wanted to share a little bit about the success of Operaton in the Netherlands, and it comes back from, let's say for us, a main part is the government side of things. So the Dutch government has a strong open source movement. It's not voluntarily anymore. They really are pushing for this to be policy, to work open source. That really is nice for us. Oh. The thing is gone. But basically what I wanted to say here is that what they're doing is for the local governments, the local municipalities that we serve, they want us to build a solution, for instance, for requesting your license, or for a solution for a local parking facility of a local council. And basically all the councils have the same kind of demand for solutions. So what we do is we develop a solution once for, let's say, the municipality of Rotterdam, and other municipalities can basically copy that solution, and they don't need to pay any difficult licenses of closed source applications. And that's what the government is actively promoting. The movement is called Common Ground. It was originated, this movement, in somewhere in Latvia, but it's basically a movement that is quite becoming strong and getting traction in the Netherlands. So basically, to say a little bit, where is Operaton currently running in production, running actual things? So the municipality of Utrecht, one of the biggest cities, we basically developed a process for them, for people to want to return to work. So that's for all the inhabitants in Utrecht, quite a big application. I've already mentioned the municipality of Rotterdam, but also, for instance, McDonald's in the Netherlands. All the solutions for site acquisition are running on, let's say, our product, which is running on Operaton. The municipality of Den Haag, if you want to request a welfare within the municipality of Den Haag, Operaton is running it. The municipality of Amsterdam, also for land lease contracts, they are running it. Elsevier, which is a publisher of scientific journals and books, they are running with Operaton. Municipality of Eindhoven, and also the Technical University of Delft. All the people who want to graduate in the Technical University of Delft, they are running on this solution. And it's really becoming bigger as well. So for instance, in the middle there you see the Dutch Chamber of Commerce. They have recently selected, they were obviously working on Camunda, but they've also selected to go to Operaton. Duo, who is there for all the students who want to get a scholarship. Cadastre for all the land mapping. They're all selecting, or in the process of selecting, Operaton. So what I've said is, right now we are hosting more than 100 local government processes, from small to large, in the Netherlands, that's running on our solution, supported by. What I've mentioned about the unemployment benefits, the new site acquisition and changes for McDonald's, and all the land lease contracts of the city of Amsterdam. And mind you, all the land lease contracts in the city of Amsterdam is a solution that's billions of euros worth of contracts, and they're all running on this solution. So it really needs to be secure, it needs to be reliable, and that is currently the case. And I've mentioned the graduation process. So what does 2026 bring for Operaton in the Netherlands from our point of view? Because I think I've mentioned organizations, but there are more, like Steven works at ICTU. There are probably definitely more organizations using it already. But from our perspective, a lot of more local governments will be starting to use this solution. We're currently doing a proof of concept in the National Tax Office. It's obviously in POC, but I can assure you that I'm sure we'll go to a production situation there. We have got current opportunities with semi-government organizations and also in healthcare. So we're also spreading gradually outside of only the governmental, let's say, segment, and other ways we can contribute. And I think it's already mentioned a lot of times here, but we are happy to think about at least spreading the word, making sure that there's contributions coming from, say, from those governments. So I've spoken to Tim and Andreas about the foundation. And I'm sure that once, for instance, the foundation, which obviously need to do well, that's been mentioned, but once it's there, then actual contribution from government in the Netherlands will come, I can guarantee you. But also indeed spreading the word out more to everyone we know that might have been using Camunda, obviously, to switch to Operaton, and how easy it was for us, or to perhaps have a talk with Ivo in my company, and other thoughts. So we are happy to think about how we can contribute more. Yeah, that is it for, I think, my presentation. Yep. Thank you. Alrighty. Are there any questions? I know this was not technical at all, so I'm sure all good. Thank you.
It's already my turn. Thank you. All right. John, looks like I'm the between you and dinner. So I will try to keep this brief. My name is Hauke Hund. I'm a software developer and researcher, or data researcher at the Gecko Institute of Heilbronn University of Applied Sciences. I'm here together with my colleague Max Kurscheid, and I'm happy to talk to you a little bit about our journey to Operaton, and why the compiler sometimes doesn't get the last word. What we do is we work in data-driven medical research as software developers, and what we are especially part of are these 4 research networks across Germany. And with our data sharing framework, we currently have about 50 installations, mainly across all the university hospitals in Germany, but also some other research institutes. In 2019, the German government decided to put in a little bit of money into data-driven medical research, and we're happy to be a part of it. And so the open source development of the data sharing framework started in 2019 as part of the so-called HiMate consortium. What is the data sharing framework? It consists of 2 elements. One is a so-called file server, or for those of you who are not part of the medical science community, the FHIR standard is a standard, a relatively modern standard in healthcare for storing data and exchanging medical data between organizations, structured medical data between organizations. And of course, Operaton and the business process engine world, I don't have to explain to you. What I want to explain here on this slide is that the FHIR server lives in a public network, so it is accessible from the internet. Of course, with authentication and all that jazz. But the business process engine itself lives in the internal network of the hospital or a research organization, between, of course, or behind, of course, a big firewall. And one way how we integrate those two worlds with each other is that the business process engine talks from inside to the mailbox, if you will, that lives on the outside. Currently, our installations in our major version 1 are running on Camunda, or the latest version of Camunda 7. But with our next version, version 2, that we will release in a few days, so we'll have our own launch party in a few days, we will switch over to Operaton. So one instance is of course not enough, because if I only want to talk to myself, I don't have to do this. But what we can do is we can take multiple of these instances and link them together. And our software is, or the framework is designed in a way that you can have multiple network topologies, any kind that you want. So you could be, if you talk here about the red, if you think you are the red dot here on this slide, you could be part of a more centralized network where everybody talks to a central node. So for example, every one of these organizations has to send research data to a central node for a specific project. Or you could also be, and you could also be at the same time with your instance, be part of more of a peer-to-peer network where organizations send medical data to each other. Or medical data is sent from one organization to the next, and so on. And what we can do in our application is that we configure this topology via our allow list. I won't go into details here. If you are interested, I have a URL for you to go in the end. But suffice it to say, our application by itself doesn't do anything. So what we need is, of course, a way to support any kind of use cases you want to do in research. So, and for this, we have a plugin mechanism. And this is the way how we have our users create their own processes and bring them into this application. But what we can offer them is an instance that is already running on your in your organization, so that all the firewall stuff or the organization stuff is already done. And if you want to go ahead with your research project, then all you have to do basically is to develop a process plugin and put that into your local instance. And this process plugin, of course, has BPMN 2 in it. That's why we are here. So the why, or what we want to do is modeled in BPMN. Then it has Java code in it, because something needs to happen, otherwise this is not really useful. And then there are some fire resources, and I'm not going to go into that here, for defining the structure. So what is actually transported between organizations. And in the end, all of this is packaged up as a jar file. And then, of course, you deliver that jar file to the users or all the members in a network that want to talk one business process with each other. And what we do is that we load this jar file with our own in its own class loader, so that we also support multiple versions of the same process running at the same time. So this is one thing that where we had to hack a little bit on the process engine, so that at that part in the engine where it decides to, for this service task, please execute that Java class, we have a switch that tells us, don't just call this Java class on the class path, but actually use this class loader to get the correct version of that class, because we might have multiple versions at the same time in the same JVM. Yeah. So here's an example, and finally an audience where I don't have to explain BPMN to. This is a process, or a simplified version of that process, that we execute to test connections between organizations. From a research perspective, this does nothing. It only checks if the network is set up correctly. And the only thing I want to explain here is that for this part here, where the process instance here in the beginning that starts everything talks to all the other nodes in the network. For all these message events, that is basically the rule within our framework. Every time you have a message event that crosses organizations, then there is a so-called FHIR task resource within this healthcare data standard that gets transported over the wire that starts then the process on the remote instance. So this is the way how we connect the locally running business process and instances with each other and creating this distributed network, as I was saying. Our is now for the more technical stuff on how we switched from Camunda to Operaton. One last background slide here. If you are a Java developer, this is not news to you. When your application starts, a bootstrap class loader loads your JVM native code. Then comes the platform class loader that loads JDK classes. Then you have your system class loader that loads all your application classes. So basically all that stuff that's configured via class path. I'm not talking about module path because that's a different world. But this is basically usually what you do, then you're done here. And if you want to have plugins in your system, then in the Java world, you usually use the service loader mechanism to load stuff from jar files that are not statically linked. And what we have created is also these two layers together, because we also want not just to have, as I mentioned earlier, multiple versions of these process plugins running at the same time, but also these process plugins may have different dependencies from different libraries that use multiple versions at the same time. So this is why we have these two layers of class loaders there as well. Before Camunda decided to announce the end of life for Camunda 7, what we already did was to create a second version of our process plugin API. The first version of our process plugin API that everybody currently uses in production has a direct dependency to Camunda. So Java Delegate is, I think was mentioned already today, is the typical interface that is implemented here by to have these service tasks in BPMN. But of course, this is a direct dependency to Camunda, and you can't just switch that off, especially if you don't want to re-implement your process plugins. But what we already did, as I mentioned before, Camunda were announcing the end of life, was that we created a version 2 for our process plugins with an abstraction layer that didn't have any dependencies to Camunda anymore. And of course, now you could say, well, thank you for your talk, we're done, because if we only had our users switch to version 2, then we didn't have a problem, because re-implementing this abstraction layer is, of course, very easy, because it's basically just replacing some package names. But it wasn't this easy. So we had two options on our road to Operaton. We could use easy mode, just as I mentioned, switch all our users to version 2 of the API, then have one big integration party where all the organizations switch from our current major release to the next major release, and everybody's happy. Of course, with the risk that nothing works anymore then. And of course, also with the problem that the process plugin developers needed to develop their new process plugins and switch to the new API at the same time that we want to roll out our application. So less work for DSF core developers, for me, but more work for our users and more work for our process plugin developers. And so this is something we didn't choose. We should have, but we didn't. And or maybe we should have, at least for my sake. And so we used hard mode. And hard mode, the idea was find a way to support version 1 plugins with their Camunda dependency on an Operaton workflow engine. First of course, we had no idea how to do this, but then it became I won't say easy, but it became clear after I talked to ChatGPT for a while. No, not really, but it did help a little bit. At least it helped in choosing the correct library to do this. Because
As you know, Java code doesn't get compiled down to native system code, native CPU code. It gets compiled down to bytecode. And bytecode is something you can manipulate. It doesn't need to stay the way the compiler told you it is. As I mentioned, version 2 of our API, easy. Just switch the underlying layer from Operaton to Camunda. That was done in an hour. And then version 1, the idea was manipulate the bytecode while it is loaded to make sure that it runs on Operaton and not on Camunda. And what you can do here is use bytecode manipulation libraries, and there are multiple ones out there. In the beginning, ChatGPT told me to use another library, but that turned out to be a dud because it didn't give me enough control over the process. ASM is the most low-level library to do this, I think, in the Java world. And yeah, what you basically do is tell the ASM library, please load this class, or here's the class. Please replace org Camunda BPMN with org Operaton BPMN. And then, of course, you need to be a little bit clever about it because there are multiple places where classes are referenced in the bytecode. This can be constants, there can be fields, you can have methods, their return types or their parameter names. And you can, of course, have, if you are on a more modern Java version, these fancy invoke dynamic calls for lambdas and method references and so on. And if you do the right stuff, and you can look this up, it's, of course, open source. It's 2 pages on my monitor code. It's not really that much, actually. And you switch all the packages, then the process plugins work. Of course, since not everyone uses process plugins like we do, this is not a general way of doing this, because what we don't do is switch class names, which have Camunda in them and now have Operaton in them, because we don't need to. And we also don't switch constants which are something Camunda and are now something Operaton. We were a little bit, but I'm pretty sure that it shouldn't be that hard to adapt this code and also switch class names and also switch constants from the now Operaton library. Yeah. So in the end, hard mode wasn't that hard, actually. But to summarize this, we have built a distributed business process engine, and our next version, version 2, will have Operaton in it, and then give us a few months. But after that, I'm pretty sure that we will have rolled out that version to all the university hospitals in Germany and some other organizations. API version 1 was runtime bytecode manipulation, and version 2 was just an abstraction layer. So with that, the class loader got the last word. Okay, with that, I'm at the end. So let me thank you for listening, and especially let me thank all the Operaton developers for getting us here. That was quite easy on our end. So congrats. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. But if I can direct you to dsf.dev, there's everything you may ask. Also the link to our GitHub. I didn't want to put that on the slide, but the project is open source, so feel free to have a look at it, and feel free to contribute if you have time left after Operaton. But for any other questions, especially if you want to talk to my boss, send us an email. Thank you.
So I will make it short, and then you can ask questions to Hauke right after. Okay, this we had, and continue. This we are. Okay. So I don't want to lose a lot of words. So we are here at a beginning of a very interesting journey. We had already a very interesting journey the past year, but it's now beginning. And we are all now in a situation that we can predict the future by helping ourselves and say, what do we need? How should Operaton develop? And we are here are those that can make that happen. And then Operaton will exactly be what you need and what we love. Follow us on LinkedIn. I think you do already, and and of course we want to have contributions, and we had talked about that all the time. Help us to improve Operaton. That's my pledge, and nothing else to say. It was I was quite unsure if this all pays out with this strong set of talks, and I really have to thank all the speakers. It turned out to be incredibly entertaining, and we were on time, and almost everything worked out. Thank you a lot for being here. Also the remotees, thank you for joining us. So this will be now the end, and we will have now another hour for networking here. Pizza will arrive right after that, but it also does not end after that hour. For those who are not driving home right after, we will go to the Christmas market here in Dortmund. Feel free to join, and the evening could be a little bit longer still. Okay, thank you for being here.